And welcome to the regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, 13th of January, 2026. Let us bring it to order. Welcome back, Happy New Year, and we've missed you all, so thank you for turning out tonight. Would you please join me in silencing your cell phones? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perrine?
Here.
Commissioner Martin?
Here.
Commissioner Ashley?
Here.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Here.
Mayor Cleveland?
Here.
Thank you.
And now, Police Department Chaplain Luke McKinney. Pastor McKinney will give the invocation. Please rise as you're able and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't see Pastor Luke. Please bow your heads. Father, oh God, thank you for a wonderful day in New Smyrna Beach. We can easily become complacent for it's always beautiful here, and we are so blessed to live in this marvelous small town. Bless those that came to tell their story, those that have issues that they want resolved, and for my fellow commissioners up here, that they will judiciously carry out to the best of our ability. We thank you for allowing us to assemble. We thank you for the glorious world you have created for us to live in. In his name we pray, amen. And now, young 12-year-old Libby Cerise, back here after her award from NSB Middle School for Outstanding Achievement, will help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. We all know her mom and grandma, the own Lindleys, Deb and Jenny Pell. Libby enjoys swimming and pottery and also has a great love for animals. Libby, please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Cowper, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none, sir. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. And we'll move on to Section 4, announcements and presentations, recommendations. For the crowd, last Friday was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Deputy Chief, please stand up and let us all offer our thanks to you and the department for a great job. Thank you, Deputy. I'd also like to make an announcement. We've got an overachiever at NSB High School in the athletic department. The soccer coach, Brandon Signeros, has just exceeded his 100th win as the soccer coach at New Smyrna. His total record is 100 wins, 22 losses, and 19 ties. All of that began in season that started in 2019. So for Coach Signeros, we are with you. Congratulations on your great success with our boys soccer team. And now Rob Salazar, Director of Leisure Services, will come forward and present the fiscal year 2025 annual report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Cleveland. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity this evening to present to you our department's first ever annual report for last fiscal year 25. This has been a bit of a pet project for me since I got here in January of 22 to put together a report for our department. And I want to thank our Assistant Director, Michelle Fitzgerald, specifically, who worked diligently and to put this together for us, and all my managers across the different divisions of the department. So what you're going to look at this evening is a snapshot of what our department covers from the golf course to the Brand Center to the sports complex across the board. Every division is represented in our report, and I'm excited to share it with you. So, first of all, we have copies available for the public in the lobby. Hopefully, the audience was able to snatch one at the probably hot commodity. But just jumping off, we've got table of contents, a message from me, just an overview of what we're covering. And this is kind of where we really get into the meat and potatoes of our report. Something that's important to me and important to us as a department is to make sure we're hitting the mission of the city with our operations. The vision that we try to represent is really a snapshot of the city's overall mission and vision in bringing high quality programming, events, activities, facilities that represent our city to a very high standard is what we're striving to do. Part of that is our values, and we've come up with a catchy little acronym, having a seat at our table. And SEAT represents safety, employee development, accountability, and transformative opportunities. And each of those pillars, each of those pillars represent an important role for what our department represents. Each play a critical role in our day-to-day operation. Each play a critical role in when somebody comes to our facilities, the experience they get to have. And when somebody comes into our city gym or Babe James or the Brand Center or wherever they're coming to, my message to our staff has always been, I want them to have a positive experience, and I want them to want to come back. I want them, when they're walking in the door, to be greeted and remember the experience that they have. So that's all part of our SEAT, and you can see what SEAT represents. I'm not going to go line by line through it, but those are the big four pillars of how our department sets the tone. So I will go a little more into detail about our departmental goals that we achieved during fiscal 25. So we set out at the beginning of the year with a handful of goals, well, more than a handful, and we achieved the vast majority of our goals we established. And you've probably heard a lot of these goals from presentations I've given in the past, but we'll give a little more detail on these. So some of our goals, and I'll go through these. One of the things I've been tasked with and emphasized to my team is increasing the programming offerings at Babe James. And we've brought more programs, more special events to the center than we've ever had before. You can see those in our programming guide, which is on the right-hand side of this page, and I'll get to that in a second. We've launched a pilot program for pavilion rentals at our parks. You guys approved that graciously earlier in the fiscal. We've implemented a new facility reservation process that's online that allows us to streamline the rental process. We've implemented an indoor athletic adult pass for our pickleball, basketball, volleyball programs. We've increased marketing and branding awareness on our online platforms, our website, our social medias. Our team has really made an effort to increase our brand awareness. As you can see, we've instituted a new brand with our mascot Finn, who is here tonight, and I'd like to take a chance to introduce Finn to you. If Finn could come out, our newest team member, Finn. Finn is new to New Smyrna Beach. We're very excited to have Finn on the team, fresh from their first appearance ever. You might have caught them in the Christmas parade, but we wanted to introduce Finn officially to everybody, and you'll be seeing Finn at our events throughout the year and our programs and our department's offering. So we're excited Finn's with us, and keep an eye out for Finn around town. Thank you, Michelle and Finn, for gracing us this evening. jumping to my next goal, the center middle or bottom middle, improving the special events process. We were able to take the special events process fully online with our online application this past fiscal, which has been a big benefit to our department, getting away from applications being dropped off at the front desk or handwritten applications coming through. So that's been a big advantage for us. And then finally, the last goal that was fully achieved was the development of an internal onboarding system. So when somebody comes and joins our team and we're welcoming them in after they meet with Demi and HR, they come to us and we have a checklist of departmental processes, dress code, things along those lines that they review with us and their direct supervisor before they go into the field. So we're excited to get that in place. Two of the goals that weren't fully achieved, but we're still working towards them, was developing a departmental-wide sponsorship program. We've worked with a handful of community partners over the last year who are very interested in continuing to work with us, but more of a standardized program and initiative is what we're working towards to offset some of the expenses as well and get more businesses and organizations involved in what we're doing. So that's still a work in progress. But also one that was partially achieved was working towards 100% cost recovery at the golf course and the Brandon Center. Fortunately, in fiscal 25, the golf course operated in the black 100%. We had about a $60,000 net revenue generation at the golf course, which, if you look at years past, we were not able to achieve without a transfer from the general fund. In fiscal 25, no transfer was needed. Full cost recovery, including all capital expenses at the golf course. So I'm very proud of Gary and Mike and our team at the golf course for being able to achieve that. And that was a huge accomplishment for fiscal 25. Brandon Center, we had our highest grossing year to date. We had over $400,000 of revenue. We did not operate in the black at Brandon, but we're trending in the right direction there. Just our department at a glance, some big picture snapshot stuff. We had over 50,000 rounds of golf played at our municipal course, which I thought was just an astounding number. As you can pick through this, I won't go through each individual number, but some of the highlights, 35,000 individuals. Those are the same person can come multiple visits, but 35,000 community center visits from the community at Babe James and City Gym, 36 weekend tournaments at the complex. Out of 52 weeks, we have 32 weekend tournaments. So we're looking at, over 2/3 of the year is booked with a tournament, and that's a credit to our team out there and David doing a great job keeping the complex busy. Obviously, with some of the vendor participation in our large scale events like Art Fiesta and Flamingo Follies, we've got very heavy participation there. Sponsorships, we've done a great job of reaching out and keeping the local businesses involved, and that's something we're continuing to want to expand and grow on. And then you can see some of the reservation numbers and the metrics from our online presence that will continue to track and hopefully grow over the next year. Just a quick snapshot of what the department looks like, the structure. You can kind of get a feel for our reporting and where we're staffed and who's playing what role in our org chart. And then we did something this year. We did a staff retreat with some of our upper level leaders in our department, and we were able to do department headshots because I thought that was important. This was one of Michelle's initiatives, and I agreed with it 100%, bringing a bit of professionalism in showing that, our career field is a true profession. It's not just a hobby. Sometimes recreation kind of, the rec department, what does that really do? Well, leisure services, what is that? That must be a cakewalk. Not necessarily. So just, we want to make sure that our team is represented, and we share that, the rec department has a lot of value, and it's something we take very seriously and we're very proud of. So we wanted to instill that with some some headshots and a chance to meet the team with those. Just a few numbers from our facility rentals, just giving you a picture of what, from Babe James to Brannan to across the board of all the different facilities rolled up into our reservation totals and revenue. And then some highlight projects. I really wanted to hit on some of these. You know, we got a little pushback in the beginning of the fiscal when we rolled out the $2 fee for our pickleball and volleyball, the adult pass. And I wanted to emphasize the importance of what those fees go towards. When we charge a fee, we're investing back into the programs and the facilities that the fees are administered for. And if you've been to Babe James or City Gym recently, you can see some big changes. We've put with fresh paint, new facility. We're putting new bleachers into Babe James, new windscreens to keep balls and equipment out of the rafters, new scoreboards. There's been a lot of work that's gone in fiscal 25 to not only maintain our facilities, but improve them as well. And that's something that I've heard as a priority from a number of people who visit our facilities is we certainly want our facilities to represent the city in a positive light. And when somebody comes in, we want them to be, not just have a great experience, but we want them to be wowed a little bit. We want to be proud of what we're putting out there as a product. So you can see some of the facelifts we've done. We also did the skate park expansion, which a lot of the commissioners were able to attend. And we recently finished our Coronado Civic Center remodel, which we're doing a re-grand opening tomorrow morning. And hopefully you can join us for that. That'll be really exciting. And finally, under our facility projects, Jesse Kobe, as you guys know, has done a great job leading our Brandon Center dock repair. And we're very excited to get that back online. We've had a lot of interest from potential users and people wanting to know when that dock's going to be opening up. So that's great to finally cross that finish line in the very near future. Just some numbers for this, again, snapshots of total attendance and participation with some revenue figures. I'm not going to go line by line through each of this, but we have our athletics division, which encompasses our sports complex and skate park, different programs we offer for our youth leagues, Babe Ruth, Little League, flag football, some of our partner groups like Pop Warner and Southeast Volusia Soccer Club. And then we enter into our Civic Center division with Brannan, Live Oak, and Coronado. These numbers, as we continue to increase in popularity and marketability, and we put an emphasis on our brand and importance on getting our vision out there and the quality of our programs, we continue to push that and people come, these numbers will only continue to grow, and I'm confident in that. A big initiative we launched last year was an emphasis on specialty camp. Specialty camp, when we're out, when school's out, we're in session. So we have offerings, a great number of offerings for something for everyone almost, to go along with our regular camp at Babe James. We have police camp, which we partnered with the police department, and fire camp, which we partnered with obviously the fire department, sports camp at the complex, skate camp at the skate park, aviation camp. We had a group of volunteers that we worked with who come to Babe James and they fly their model airplanes in the gym. And we had a handful of gentlemen who were gracious enough to volunteer their time and host this camp with us, and they really blew it out of the water. We were lucky enough to be able to partner with First NSB right out the back door here and utilize their facilities and their gymnasium to operate that camp. And as you can see from the picture, I mean, we had 25 kids. The camp was sold out for people wanting to participate. And are you guys going to do this again next year? Man, we can't wait. We had such a great time. The feedback we get when we roll these programs out really is encouraging, and I think the community is really taking to some of the offerings we're putting out there. a synopsis of our golf course, annual memberships. Gary has done a great job. Course has become more and more popular over recent years. Golf since COVID has really boomed, and our course has been the beneficiary of some of that. We've really wanted to emphasize the importance on the course conditions. If you compare our municipal course to other municipal courses, we're in the 99th percentile for sure. Mike Kenovich and our team out there on the maintenance side of the house does an absolutely amazing job, and some of the feedback we get is consistent with some of the best courses in the area. So very proud of our course and excited to continue to track in that direction, and excited to get a chance to work with our golf course consultant we're going to get on this fiscal year and find some opportunities to continue to grow and expand our course. Again, just a follow-up snapshot on some of the additional youth programs we offer and our fitness classes on some metrics. And then at our marina, obviously last fiscal year, we did our large-scale renovation project at the docks. We invested about $600,000 into the marina. We raised the rates at the start of fiscal 26. We are seeing some traffic coming in and out, but Jim is doing a good job keeping our slips filled. So I'm excited to see where those numbers are able to continue to grow, both in the revenue and the occupancy rates. Again, some new programs we offered, and hopefully the community is seeing these programs being marketed. We launched the Movies in the Park series. This would be for fiscal 26, actually. We just finished up with a fall series, fall, winter. October, November, December, we had a Movies in the Park for the holidays, really well attended. We did a live streaming of the Christmas parade for the first time. That was very exciting, a lot of positive feedback. Adult prom, pickleball lessons, breakfast with Santa, tabling at the farmer's market. You can go down the list and see all the different initiatives that we've launched and have been very well received. Some departmental highlights. I hit on the skate park expansion. We finished up earlier in the fiscal 25 with new line skate parks. We built a street plaza, which was one of the features that the community really had given us feedback that they wanted to see. At our sports complex, we hosted Babe Ruth regionals and state tournaments for the first time. We'll be bringing those back again this summer. Babe James Community Center, we implemented a number of improvements, including the improvements in the gym I illustrated. We're also going to institute some technology improvements coming up for our media lab. City Gym, we did a lobby renovation along with the gym renovation, and then the golf course, we restored the driving range following damage from Hurricane Milton. Staff spotlights. Irma Terry transitioned into her role as community relations manager with our department. She came over from economic development at the start of fiscal 25, and what an asset Irma has been for us. Very excited to have her on our team representing us, and the way Irma operates and the cachet and she brings to events, and her leadership skills are very welcomed into our team. She's done a great job managing and working with our center at Babe James and our employees to really enhance the expectations and the standards of our operation. We're absolutely excited to have her continue to excel with us. Some spotlight on our team: Jonah Powers, Kim Brown, and Joyce Platt. I always butcher Joyce's last name. Joyce. We won awards at the Employee Appreciation Day last year, and I'm excited to see where we go this year. Congrats to me. I had a son at the beginning of the fiscal in last November. My wife and I welcomed our baby boy, Robert Jr. Michelle added him to the slideshow for me. Thank you. But he's doing great. 13 months old. He's my little man. Community appreciation. We work with a a variety of different organizations, always wanting to get involved, and there's no shortage of groups around town who want to jump in and participate with us, from the pickleball club to Advent Health to Kiwanis. I mean, you see the list. There's a plethora of groups who we worked with throughout the year, and I hope we didn't miss anybody as we were putting it together, but we're very proud of our community partners who we get to work with, and we're very appreciative of that. And then finally, I know I've been rambling, looking ahead to this fiscal year, some of the initiatives that you'll see or maybe already have seen. We talked about the Brandon Center dock being finished, the golf course renovations. We're working on a new maintenance bay, and we'll be redoing the cart paths at the course this year. So that's very exciting. At the sports complex and the skate park, we are installing LED lights. Commissioner McGurk, I know you'll recall many years that we have talked about that. It's been on the docket for a while, and this year we're actually going to get them installed. They're slated to be delivered on Monday, so that's right around the corner. We launched a 12 Days of Christmas special event initiative. We had 12 nights in December that we had a special event going on, culminated with 4 days of a holiday light stroll at the sports complex. We'll be doing that again next fiscal, and we had very positive response. We completed our Coronado Civic Center renovation. As I said previously, we have our re-grand opening tomorrow. And then we have our Phil Hall Park pickleball courts coming online, hopefully in the next month or so. Very proud to be able to complete that project. As everyone knows, Phil was instrumental in getting that project completed. It's unfortunate that he passed prior to us being able to get that project 100% done, but it'll be an honor to open those courts with his name on them, and I'm excited to be able to do that in the next month or so. So, fiscal year 25 was very busy, and I'm looking forward to an equally busy, if not busier, fiscal 26, and continuing to make our city proud with what our department brings to the table. With that, that's my report, and any questions from the commission? I'd like to keep this positive and maybe not too
Why would you forecast anything
negative.
other than that?
If just my 2 cents. But open any questions you may have.
Any of my colleagues have comments or questions for the director? Commissioner
Simply
Martin.
great work.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Martin.
Commissioner McGurk.
Congratulations. You call it busy, I call it progress. You're doing great. Great, good progress.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Ashley.
Rob, fantastic presentation, worthy of Fortune 500 company status. And I love this. Very, very
Thank
good.
you.
Very good. People can walk away with something in their hands, and that's great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perrine.
You almost got me to jump up and down on that golf course announcement.
Hey, that was in there specifically for you.
Thank you. We appreciate all you've done.
Thank you, Valley.
So, Rob, you bring a caliber of professionalism that is inspiring, and I'm sure your team is rallying around you. I see it every day, and I'm around town, and I look forward to seeing what you do in 26. You are the fun boss for New Smyrna. Everything fun comes through you, and we depend on that. The city depends on that. The services that you offer are second to none, and we're excited to see your star continue to rise. So thank you for that, and bring Rob Jr. around a little more.
He'll be here soon.
All right.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
good.
Thank
bet.
you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Mr. Manager, your report, sir.
Yes, sir. Just to follow up on Rob's report there, and I'm hopeful that we're connecting a few dots on how things are working. We take your strategic direction that you give to us during strategic planning. We develop that plan. We build the budget around it, the departments build their business plans, their operating plans around it, and then they go to business and get things done. And these are the report backs that you're getting. And we probably won't present every report to you, but as we move forward, more of the departments will be doing this type of reporting so we can see exactly what they're doing and what money is being spent on in the city. Just a few things I wanted to follow up on in my report. We had Ms. Wentway at our last meeting from Dolphin Cove community concerned about stormwater. We have met with her and others. We've been on site, and I had the city engineer prepare a memo for you, which was attached to my report, and I'll be meeting with Ms. Wentway. She's the president of their board. I'll be meeting with her in the next week or so. Wanted to introduce the public to our first natural resources manager, Tony Miller. Tony's here. Put your hand up, Tony, there. Tony joined us on December the 15th and has been working through the holidays, getting his feet wet. Literally, he's been out in the field getting his feet wet. And so looking forward to having him on board and what he brings to the city. We had a lot of discussion before Christmas revolving around a zoning application from Beachside Baptist Church. You'll recall that a zoning text amendment came to you as a commission, and that was continued, and we talked about the staff developing a more comprehensive text amendment that would take care of some issues that we were having. We have been working on that. On December 18th, we had a public forum right here and presented some of our preliminary work and got some good feedback from the community and some of their thoughts. We've taken that and we're continuing to work on hopefully a solution that will take care of everybody's needs. The Planning Commission had initially been scheduled to hear that in January, but they have continued that until their March the 2nd meeting. So just an announcement to the public that Planning and Zoning Board is scheduled to hear that at their March meeting. As Rob mentioned, we are very excited about the Coronado Civic Center and that reopening tomorrow. We're excited to show that off and some of the refreshment that we have done to that facility. I think you'll be pleased with what's happened there. And then, of course, Monday will be Martin Luther King Day, and we'll have our usual celebrations, including the community march. That starts at 9 o'clock at the Mary Harrell Heritage Museum. If you haven't been to that facility, I would strongly recommend it. They invited me over the holidays, and I had the opportunity to spend about an hour or so in the museum. It's just really a wonderful facility. So people are just so very proud to have that facility, and the history is very rich, and I would certainly encourage everybody to make a visit there. And that's my report, sir.
Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. And point of personal privilege here. Tony, come on up. Tony Miller, come on up. New Smyrna's an environmentally forward town, and that's no secret to anybody. Lest you think Mr. Miller just dropped in from outer space, just a little bit about your background, Tony, and what you've seen since in the short time you've been here.
I've moved to the area in about '78, so had to move briefly for work, other places, but Central Florida's always been my home, and New Smyrna my favorite. I worked for the Water Management District for about 20 years, and in private consulting for 15, and I've done just about everything out there, from literally cutting Brazilian pepper and poisoning them to developing site plans and whatnot. So I'm excited to be on board here and have met a lot of people already and a lot of excitement. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Welcome. We're glad you're here. You're going to make a big difference in town. Okay, let's move on to public participation. Thank you for that. Okay, so public participation. This is your opportunity. It's a monologue, not a dialogue. We'll no cheering, no jeering. And please, we want to hear what you have to say. You'll have 3 minutes to talk to the commission about what's on your mind. Praiseworthy item that you want the staff to know about, you want the leadership up here to know about something you see, something that's bothering you, something you want to have some action on. And as appropriate, the city manager or the city clerk will get back to you and provide you that feedback. And so when you come up, your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes. You'll see the green light come on, the yellow light will come on when you have 1 minute to go and you need to be finished at the red light. So with that, we're delighted you're here. Please come forward for public participation. Mr. Schweitzer in a jacket. Good evening, sir.
Okay, I'm here with the Surfing in the 60s and the Safari Club, and I'm going to read this so we can actually stay on time because we've got other people following me. My name is Kevin Schweitzer. I live at 880 Catfish Avenue in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. My office is located at 145 Canal Street. Thank you very much for this time. Jana emailed a slide presentation to everybody earlier today, so hopefully you'll get that. Or I believe it came from Barbara. And we do have some handouts for you toward the end of the presentation. The slide presentation does have 2 videos in it, so be sure to click on those YouTube videos when you get it. And we're here today to introduce the Surfing in the 60s and the Safari Club and to let you know what we do. And this April, what we're doing with the Mike Martin Pro-Am Surf Skate Festival. Mayor Fred and Amy came to our December meeting and suggested that we do a quick presentation to the City Council. So here we are, and here is Camp to talk about surfing in the 60s.
Good evening. I'm Campbell Douglas, Secretary of Surfing in the 60s, and I live at 265 Minorca Beach Way. We were founded surfers in the 60s who still crave adventure and surf travel, but want to give back at the destinations where we go. The Surf and Serve is our motto, and our supporters and travelers are actually in the teens to the 70s, not just in the 60s. So we're flexible on the math. Our mission is to enhance the well-being of underprivileged youth at our global surf destinations, and your slide deck shows our programs as well as our sponsors, including someone in this room, and that would be Fred Cleveland, who sponsored us, and really appreciate that. I'll now hand it off to Safari Club President Jana Hamill.
Hi there, good evening. I am Jana Hamill. I live at 1603 Beacon Street. Since 1979, the Smyrna Safari Club has awarded scholarships and shared the surfing stoke with our fair city. We've given $300,000 in scholarships to high school students already and will award another $20,000 this spring. Our founders were 13 local surfers. Some are still actively involved in the club. We've grown to 122 members, some of whom are here tonight. We organize the annual Spooktacular and Mike Martin Pro-Am Surf Contest, help with Oceans of Hope and I Can Surf, clean up the beach, participate in the Seaside Fiesta and parades, and support a lot of the cultural and surf-related activities in town. It's truly a community effort with our group. The Smyrna Safari Club is proud to be the longest continually operating surf club in the United States. We look forward to sharing our new Smyrna Beach Stoke with surfers and spectators from around the world during the Mike Martin Pro-Am this spring. Our board member, Michael Donato, is up next to tell you a little bit about the event.
Hi, I'm Michael Donato. I live at 2407 Saxon Drive, and I own Cap and Liz on 3rd and Saxon. The beginnings of the Mike Martin Pro evolved from the 2009 Landshark Pro. After Mike passed away in 2016, we renamed it to honor him. We typically have over 100 surfers come from all over, Mexico, Barbados, California, a ton from here in Florida, some locals, including Kevin's 2 sons, who are pro surfers. This is a premier surf spot, and this is a premier surf contest that most pros love to attend. This year, we're stepping it up to a 4-day event, including a pro skate event. We'll also have a community team event on Friday, and then the Pro-Am on Saturday and Sunday. Marcy Baldwin is here to tell you more about Mike Martin. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marcy Baldwin. I live at 213 Robinson Road in New Smyrna Beach, and I own a surf school called Surfin' NSB. I'm a third-generation New Smyrnian, and Mike Martin was my uncle. He, along with my father, Charlie Baldwin, hosted the first professional surf contest on the East Coast right here in New Smyrna Beach in 1977. Mike's passion for surfing led him to become the head judge for the Association of Surfing Professionals, and he wrote the original rule book for what is now the World Surf League, also known as the WSL. Mike traveled the world judging and was known globally as the gentleman's judge due to his professionalism and pride in ensuring fairness and consistency among his peers. He and my parents were some of the 13 founding members of the Smyrna Safari Club. Mike was crucial in preserving local surfing heritage and was responsible for the iconic surfboard monument at the Flagler Avenue Boardwalk. He was also a trailblazer of equal pay for women in the sport. His legacy is everywhere in local surfing, as Mike helped shape the past, present, and future of competition in New Smyrna Beach. Please help us in any way by supporting the 2026 Mike Martin Pro-Am. Thank you very much for your time. I'll now turn it over to Blake Carpenter, local pro skater heading up the skate competition. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Hi, commissioners. My name is Blake Carpenter, and I grew up in Flagler Beach. I then moved to California to pursue my career as a professional skateboarder, and I now reside at 2521 Fairfax Avenue in New Smyrna. I'm here today to present to you the first ever NSB Skateboarding Open. And my goal is to showcase skateboarding in our city center with a pop-up course. As of recent, there is a skate park in almost every city in Volusia County, and the interest has picked up tremendously. And I want to further introduce people to a sport they may have only experienced through a screen. And Canal Street has flourished over the past few years, offering art, culture, and a local marketplace for our citizens and out-of-towners. And I think it'd be a perfect place to gather renowned skaters in a fun contest setting and give back to our community for an afternoon. Thank you, Safari Club and Mike Martin Foundation, for being open to integrate skateboarding in their event. Back to Kevin Schweizer for a final statement.
So you do have the handouts, and you will have the slide presentation as well. The pro skate will be on Canal Street. I think you've got an idea of that from your handouts. And then the surf event is at the inlet, which we've had that since 2009 from the early skate or surf contests. But at the canal, it's basically from Jimmy Hula all the way down to the whole block along the brewery there. And then we're going to have along the perimeter, there'll be some of the vendor tents and a band with inflatable screen to show skate and surf films. And then the skate event will go from 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock on Thursday, April 9th. The pro surf contest will be at the inlet and is similar layout to what we've been doing since 2009, including judging scaffolding with announcers and VIP and media, as well as a beer garden and reserved parking. This year we are including a silent auction tent as well as a half pipe on Sunday, so we can be entertained to the east by pro surfing and to the west by pro skating. A super fun time, and hope you guys can make that. So in conclusion, we're here to introduce the clubs and request from the city for some support and assistance. And we're all really stoked to be part of New Smyrna Beach, and we appreciate you guys for your public service to New Smyrna Beach. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Joan O'Connell. My address is 444 Bouchelle Drive, New Smyrna Beach. And special thanks to Mayor Cleveland and commissioners and to the community. So I'm here to talk about something that's not quite as much fun as leisure services and surfing. I'm here to tell you about a new meeting, a support group that's starting here in New Smyrna Beach for children aged 9 to 19. It's called Alateen, and it will be held at the First Presbyterian Church on Magnolia Street in New Smyrna Beach. The closest Alateen meeting up to this point is in Ormond Beach. So that's been quite a distance for children and parents to have to take their kids. So what we know is that the mental health professionals tell us that 1 in 4 children are affected by someone's drinking or drugging. This could mean a parent, a relative, a friend, or someone in their neighborhood. So Alateen is a fellowship of young people, as I said, age 8 to 18. And in some places, St. Augustine has kids 6 and 7 years old who have joined this support group. That it's for young people who have been affected by somebody's drinking and drugging. And this is a part of Al-Anon, which is a 12-step program, and it's specifically for young people, where they can come together to talk about the disease and learn about it, and learn about recovery for themselves as well as what other people go through. They learn that they didn't cause this disease, and they can't cure it, and they can't control it, because even young people will make that effort to try to fix their parent, change things, make it different. They learn new ways to cope with maybe a horrible situation that they have to deal with at home. They learn to take care of themselves and communicate, because part of what happens in an alcoholic family is that you're very full of shame and you can't talk to anybody about it. You don't want anybody to know, and you hide it. So they learn to apply the 12 steps as in other programs, and help each other, share experience, strength, and hope with each other, so that they can learn a new way to live without fear. So what we do know is that children who are affected by somebody's drinking or drugging, they are full of fear, worry, anger. It affects their studying, their sleeping, even their eating, having nutritious food, and their health. So it affects their social life because, again, they don't want to have other people in their house because they don't want anybody to see what really goes on there. They're afraid to talk to people, and they're afraid to trust anyone. So they are able to come into an Alateen meeting and realize they're not alone, that they're not the only one who has a problem like this, that there are other families who have gone through it, and there are others who live with it, or families even that recover, but they have a new way of living as a result. They get a support from each other, from the other kids who have been through it. And they learn tools, new tools to cope and how to get better and how to take care of themselves. Just as the adults in other programs do that. Kids get to learn this, and it can change their whole life. Unfortunately, it's a family disease, and very often young people who are involved in this, often use their substances to cope, to get over that fear and worry. So we're grateful to be able to have this meeting starting in New Smyrna Beach. We're going to have an information session on January 26th at First Presbyterian Church on Magnolia Street. It'll be from 6 to 7:30 at night. Anyone is welcome to come. It's open to the community to learn more about Alateen. And then 2 weeks later, on February 9th, we'll have the first meeting, which will be held every Monday night from 6:30 to 7:30 for kids, for young people.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
comments. I appreciate it. Thank you for this great program. Evening, Submariner.
Good evening. My name is Ken Tiefenthal. I'm the VFW Post 4250 Commander The VFW is located at 2350 Sunset Drive in New Smyrna Beach. If you drive near the sports complex, you'll see a large helicopter, and that's our VFW post. Our post has VFW members and auxiliary members, and if you're interested in joining, if you're a veteran or if you're a spouse or relative of a veteran, you can join the auxiliary. You can stop in at the post and get membership information and an application there. Our main goal in the community is to help veterans, and one of the things that we do there is a flag retirement ceremony. February 21st on Saturday at 11 o'clock, we're going to have a flag retirement ceremony that will be open to the public. We're a very patriotic post, and our patriotism will be on full display during that flag retirement ceremony. Everybody's welcome to join us, and there will be hot dogs and chips afterwards, complimentary of the post. And you can ask any veterans there questions about what we did or any other things you may see. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate your comments.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Norton, and I feel very blessed to have lived at 707 Faulkner Street for over 50 years, and I am the third generation to have stewarded that, in the same family to have stewarded that property. I am here regarding two code enforcement issues. The first being an unjustly closed code enforcement case, and second, even more disturbing, is the falsified statements made by code enforcement regarding the issue. I would have rather brought this up at the code enforcement hearing tomorrow night, but those hearings have no general public speaking time on their agenda, so you guys get stuck with me. The code case number behind all this is CE-0516-2025, a LDR 803.03 code violation, which pertains to fences, walls, and hedges, which limits the height of fences and hedges to 6 feet at this particular location. This hedge is about 8 feet tall and growing. This case seems as clear-cut and objective as one could hope. That is, unless the supervisor of the Code Enforcement Department is motivated to disappear this code case, which leads us to the second issue, which is the manner in which this code enforcement case was handled, clearly shows that the city of New Smyrna to be complicit with selective enforcement of the code. In this case, a supervisor within the city of New Smyrna Beach is favoring one resident over another by lying about a code enforcement case in order to close it out. This behavior is extremely damaging to the reputation of the city, as it exemplifies the favoritism at the expense of the law that is taking place within the city ranks, and begs the question of the potential for corruption of city employees if such selective enforcement and favoritism is ignored by you, the leaders of our city. Mrs. Bobolak cited as the reason to close out the original complaint with, quote, "The vegetation that you are stating is a hedge does not appear to be maintained as a hedge. Therefore, this would not be a violation." End quote. Since the supervisor of code enforcement grossly falsified the reason for closing this case, I have resubmitted the same complaint along with this document I have passed out to you, which includes more photos clearly showing the vegetation is maintained as a hedge. It is my hope that this light of day here and now is enough to have sterilized the corrupt actions taken on my original complaint, and that my second complaint on the same issue is handled in the professional manner we would hope from the city of New Smyrna Beach. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate it. Ms. Ford, good evening.
Good evening. Stephanie Ford, President and CEO of the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce at 115 Canal Street. Good evening. Mayor Cleveland, I want to thank you on your leadership and thoughtfulness on and challenging us to create a community calendar. I am here tonight to talk about progress in that area. A couple of years ago, the Chamber acted as a convener to create a group called the Community Connectors, bringing together those of us that coordinates events in New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, and Oak Hill, on Canal Street, on Flagler, throughout the city of New Smyrna, partnering with the cities. So that group has taken it a step further, and we are hosting an event on February 3rd at the Brannan Center at 10 a.m. It's free to attend, so we invite nonprofits, organizations, and other groups that are planning major events for 2026. And our goal is to create a master calendar of those events, and then moving forward, be able to promote that calendar and give people access so that when other groups and organizations are planning events, they can have a reference and something to look at. Right now, you can visit our website, www.sevchamber.com, and go to our community calendar. It's free for anyone to post their event on that calendar. So this is a great resource we encourage the community to use, and the Chamber's happy to promote it. We've heard about several events tonight that are happening, and we're very excited about that. Love to invite our friends from the Surf and Safari Club, Smyrna Safari Club, to attend the meeting on February 3rd. We just have so many great events happening in the community, and we want to make sure that everybody knows about them, and that people aren't having to choose what to go to, that hopefully we're picking dates that accommodate most of these organizations that have been doing their events for a long time. That same day, February 3rd, at the Brannan Center at 12 o'clock, because I'm an overachiever and I think we can do every single thing in one day, we are hosting our first State of the Cities, where Mayor Cleveland, as well as the mayors from Edgewater and Oak Hill, will be giving brief updates. So we also invite you to attend, and we look forward to getting some more information from the city at that event. So thank you so much for all you do, and we look forward to making this a calendar that helps serve the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your work. Good evening, Ms. Worth.
Good evening. Bobby Worth, Worth Gallery, 304 Canal Street. And I'm here tonight to talk about an issue that's not pleasant as well. We have an issue with homelessness on Canal Street, and I want to thank Chief Kirk for the progress he's made in the last few weeks to alleviate and make contact with a lot of these people and seek help for them. It's made a big difference, but we still have a problem. It's affecting our tourism, it's affecting our small businesses, and it's affecting our environment because all of their garbage and cigarette butts end up in our river. And we're just working to stay afloat some of these small businesses and make a living so that we're not homeless. And we just want to address, I wish we had an answer or a solution. I'm more than willing to open the dialogue and be part of a solution if we can come up with one, because we all have compassion for them. But a lot of them, a lot of the store owners, especially the women workers, they're not feeling safe with the homeless element that's on the street, especially the ones that come out at night after dark. And if you haven't been down, I mean, we just went Saturday night, one harassing diners at GHP, General Public House, and then stealing something off of the table and continue down the street. And those are just the things that you happen to see if you happen to be there. It happens day in and day out. And I would just like to open a dialogue and find out we can find a positive solution, because they really don't belong in our business district. But they do need help, and they do need someplace to go. And a lot of the other businesses were going to be here this evening, but there's a market in Atlanta, and that's where they all are.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming forward. Ms. Flanagan, good evening.
How are you? My name is Cindy Flanagan. I live at 2401 Saxon Drive. And tonight I just wanted to thank the city and especially Leisure Services. They allowed us to co-host a golf tournament. We partnered on the golf tournament in the fall, raising money for the Advent Health Foundation and the Babe James Center for Children's Programs. So it was a successful event. The Advent Health Foundation had their holiday party last month, and we were very surprised to receive the check that we received from you for our portion of the golf tournament. And that money went also with our fundraising to give to the hospital for cardiac care. So again, the leisure services team was just amazing. Jonah and Michelle had a great event. Everybody had a great time, and we appreciate you allowing us to partner with that event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Appreciate your comments. And so for the rest of the crowd, there are 3 events on the calendar tonight, or on the agenda tonight, that are quasi-judicial hearings. So if your comments are going to relate to that, you'll have an opportunity during that quasi-judicial hearing to speak on the record for that particular topic. Just want to make sure you got that. I should have said that up front. Mr. England, welcome back, Richard.
Hey there, thank you. I think what I'm talking about is not one of those, but bear with me just in case. So, Richard England, 259 Minorca Beach Way, and I'm here speaking on behalf of no one. It's just me. I urge you to vote in favor of the items 10D and 10E, which is allowing the owner of 1300 South Atlantic to move forward with the plans that are before you. I have no dog in this hunt, but I endorse the proposal because of fundamental fairness. The owner purchased this parcel, zoned commercial, and has discovered that there may be no commercial project that can gain approval. Apparently, a plan post-zoning change to build a small number of houses will not face widespread opposition. This may be the only path for this owner to earn a return on their investment. If you reject this change, there may be no path to avoid a meaningful loss on this purchase. If we don't respond to accommodate what will work, a chilling signal will be sent, and investment and risk-taking may wither. A few may cheer this outcome, but in the end, we'll all regret that's what takes place. I understand that passing these changes require overriding a stricture to not convert land zone commercial to residential because of the desire to boost the commercial versus residential ratio of properties in the county or in the city. And while we need to tilt the property tax rolls that way, accommodating this change for 1 acre is likely not even rounding error in that balance. I urge you to support 10D and 10E.
Thank you for your comments, Richard. Those are exactly one of the 3 that I talked about as special. That's all right. Ms. Sneziak, welcome.
Good evening. Happy New Year to you all. I'd like to speak on the new business item, which is the clerk's contract. And my comments are about the position, not a person, okay? So I'm not sure why it's necessary to propose an open-ended contract, such as we have, and you've heard, some consternation over the open-ended contract for the city attorney. So I ask you to consider that. Also, in the material that was sent out, there was comments how the clerk would be treated as any other director or department head would be. However, no one else who is a department head gets 20 weeks of severance. So that's not consistent. So Public Works, Leisure Services, none of them are entitled to 20 weeks of severance. And that is something that the position would receive even if the person filling the role, even if the commission wanted that person to move on. So there's a supermajority vote for anything other than malfeasance and moral turpitude. So it's pretty hard to get that position out. So that's why I don't think it's appropriate to have open-ended. I think there should be closure. And the employment, if you have any contract at all, it should be reviewed on some sort of periodic basis. I don't know what that should be, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, hopefully not coinciding with the commission election. So that's the most important thing to me. But the other thing is that there has been appropriate increases from the interim clerk's position to the city clerk's position, and you all voted on that. That was about a $30,000 increase because of the change of the duties of the role. So there have been 2 increases since then. So let's just say it's roughly $99,000. I can't do math in my head. The position receives the 3% increase that every employee who is not unionized receives in the city. And then in addition to that, you voted to give a 5% increase to the position. So that puts the current salary around $107,000. And it has not been very long since you gave that 5% raise. So what you wrote here says that on the same schedule as the other charter officers, the position would also be reviewed for merit. And I just think that's too much in too short a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate those comments. Mr. Blowback.
Good evening, all. Joe Dluback, 3321 East Laconda Circle, New Smyrna Beach in Venetian Bay. I wanted to offer a few comments on something that's on the agenda, but it happens to be a first reading, and so it'll never come up for discussion this evening, and that is South Village. We have an interest because that's right across the street, State Road 44 from Venetian Bay. The issue that I have is a more basic one, and that is that if you take a look at the documentation for that, the MDA was written literally 1 generation ago. There has been an amendment made, but that was 15 years ago. And if you can see how that affects things as we move along, and oh, by the way, that document is supposed to be in context for the next 30 years, how Venetian Bay ran into problems when it did that. I'd like to point out that the Venetian Bay Homeowners Coalition is finalizing lessons learned from that development, and that should be critical for the city in developing updates and modernizations to things like South Village. Lastly, there's a much deeper issue, and that is that there's a public outcry at the city council and state level for solving the stormwater challenge first before approving any new development. Please acknowledge and respond to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else for public participation? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. Thank you very much for your comments. Move on to the consent agenda. There are 9 items. Do any of my colleagues wish to comment on any of those 9 items? Do any of my colleagues wish to pull any of those items? Very good. I just have one comment. I want to commend Commissioner Ashley for stepping forward to be our representative of the county on the opioid abatement funding advisory board. It's a vital board. It deals with a serious issue, and many dollars are going to be available for our city to continue to fight that cause. So thank you, Brian, for stepping forward. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as written?
So moved.
A motion?
Second.
And a second. Madam City Clerk, please call a roll.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes, the motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. Let's move on to administrative items and new business. Consideration of approval of an employment contract for our city clerk. Madam City Attorney, your report, please.
Yes, if you recall, for about a year, Ms. Taylor Harding has been serving in this role. She was acting as interim in the beginning of last year. The City Commission decided to remove the interim role, but we still had the pending question of what would happen with the charter review questions and whether this would remain a charter office or become a department head position. That charter amendment did not pass, so the current contract she's under is set to expire on January 13th, which is tonight. Before you is a contract that removes the language related to that charter. starts a new contract as of January 13th, establishes her current salary that was effective 10/1. The open-ended contract is consistent with the city manager and the city attorney. I would remind everyone that every 2 weeks, these 3 positions are evaluated, there's a different termination exposure for these 3 positions than there are department heads. With that, the contract's available for discussion.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Let's have a discussion about that. Any of my colleagues have a point they'd like to make? I have one. Let's unpack the thing that Ms. Cesiak brought up and depend on the experience of our staff to talk about contracts versus commission will to terminate and move on. Kevin, you've been in this business a long time. Have you had different type of contracts over your past where there was a start date and an end date, or have you always had at will? And what is your view of the pluses and minuses?
I have worked under a term contract, 2-term contracts, as a matter of fact. If I can tell you this with great certainty, if you insisted on a term contract for me to be in this position, I would not accept a term contract. Been there, done that, and wouldn't put my family through that again. And I would suspect that most city managers with my level of experience anyway would feel very much the same. The 20 weeks severance that was brought up, that is consistent with state law in Florida. That is the maximum amount of severance that you can provide for a contract position. Most city managers, city attorneys outside of Florida, a 6-month severance is a standard, kind of basic. I've seen contracts that go up to a year of severance, depending on the tenure of the person in that position.
Thank you, appreciate that. Maybe the city attorney can pitch it for the HR director. Did we do we did a comparison, right? City by city and for salary and compensation and
We did do that.
And so we're in the ballpark, or we at the high end, or we at the low end, or we in the middle? Any recollection?
Our city clerk may be more on top of this. I believe it was close to the average, maybe a little below, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. But I would remind everybody that the annual evaluation, besides the every 2-week evaluation, would be in April.
Got it. Although it'd be very awkward, and it always is when talking about personnel matters, because of sunshine, we have to do it the way. Sharon, do you remember how it stacked up, and can you remember the cities that we pulled? So that
I
we're
don't,
like,
not at this
okay.
time. I don't remember.
Yeah, all right, very good. Anybody else? Okay, is there a motion to accept this contract?
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. The motion carries. Appreciate that, and we're glad you're still with us. Okay, we're going to move on to quasi-judicial hearings. A quasi-judicial hearing will be held to consider the approval of a special exception 2-25 located at 707 Cheston Street to allow a dwelling unit on the second floor of a principal commercial structure in a light industrial zoning district. So it's a residence above a business. Quasi-judicial hearing is now open. First, like to hear from Senior Planner Baker.
Yes, we have a request to allow an attached dwelling unit to a structure in the I-1 Light Industrial District. It's on the second floor of an existing building. Jay Lovett, the applicant. So here's the location of the building. It's on Cheston Street. To the east, you have Smyrna Oaks, a little single-family development. You have the railroad tracks. South, you have Wayne Avenue, and then to the north is Eleanor, which kind of is, if you follow that east a little bit, you have Stavros to the north right there. So this is the building. It was constructed very recently, was just got its CO October 19th, 2025. Originally, I guess the intent was to have a storage warehouse area, but Mr. Lovett is trying to exercise now the ability to allow a residence with special exception approval. So the building itself is a 1,040 square foot footprint, 2 stories, so the full thing is 2,080. There is the firewall which separates everything. The windows are of a size where you could escape as required if needed. There are 4 parking spaces, which meets the requirement for the building. For this, there are just 3 standard criteria that go for special exceptions. Probably all heard me say these several times over the last few years. The requested use is listed among the special exception in the district for which the application is made. Yes. The requested use will not impair the character of the surrounding or adjoining districts nor be detrimental to the public health, morals, or welfare. There are private residences across the street from the building already. This will not impact them negatively. In fact, it would probably keep the uses in the I-1 zoning district on the less impactful side, as there would be a residence above. Look at this one as being met as well. And adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, sanitation, it all exists, and I believe this one has been met as well. Like I said, there are 4 parking spaces, 1,040 square feet. There is adequate parking on site. You can add additional conditions if you wanted to as the commission. Here's kind of a depiction of the building. There is a staircase that goes up to the 2nd floor on the back. And we recommend approval as a development services. Planning board voted 4-1 to approve. The one against was kind of concerned about the size of the apartment, but I have to admit, in my early days, I've lived in apartments smaller than that myself, and it was perfectly fine. So we recommend approval, and the applicant is here if you have any questions or any for me.
Thank you, Senior Planner Baker. Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Is the applicant in the room, and does he wish to speak? Okay, very good. Thank you, Jay. Let's hear from the members of the public. If you have a comment or an opinion about this, please come forward and you'll be heard. Hearing none, the quasi-judicial hearing is now closed. No closing remarks, Jake? You've got enough? Said enough? Okay, none from the applicant. Very good. Is there a motion to approve the special exception 225 located at 707 Cheston Street?
I'll make that motion.
Second. A motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes, thank you. The motion carries. Congratulations. And now on to item 10A. A public hearing will be held to consider the adoption of ordinance 8025, which if adopted would annex approximately 7.6 acres of land located at 390 Sugar Mill Drive. Madam City Attorney, if you will, ordinance 8025 for the second time by title only, please.
Ordinance 10A, 10B, and 10C are all related. Mr. Gover, are you going to present these together?
Yes, I am.
Mayor, may I read all 3 titles?
Sure, please read all 3. Thank you.
Ordinance number 8025, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach annexing 7.6 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Sugar Mill Drive, north of State Road 44, addressed as 390 Sugar Mill Drive, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 8125, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of 7.6 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Sugar Mill Drive, north of State Road 44, addressed as 390 Sugar Mill Drive from Volusia County urban medium intensity to city commercial, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 8225, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 7.6 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Sugar Mill Drive, north of State Road 44, addressed as 390 Sugar Mill Drive from Volusia County Planned Unit Development Airport Overlay to City Planned Unit Development Airport Overlay Zoning District, approving the Sugar Mill Boat and RV Planned Unit Development Master Development Agreement, authorizing the mayor to execute the Sugar Mill Boat and RV Planned Unit Development Master Development Agreement, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. And just for the public consumption, these are 3 different issues that are related, and we will vote on them separately. The first one you're going to hear about is annexation. The second one that you're going to hear about is for changing future land use. And the last one is for a rezoning application. So for clarity, nothing's going to be, we're going to go slow. We're going to make sure everybody gets it. But there are 3 topics, and they're all related. And so thus the expeditious manner of reading them. We will discuss them separately and vote separately. Mr. Gove.
Yes. Yes, your Mayor and everybody else, thank you for your time here. We're discussing those 3 cases that you had brought up: annexation, comprehensive plan amendment, and rezoning to PUD. And the applicant has chosen that. Properties, obviously, in unincorporated Volusia County. It's, as you can see on the map, it's on Sugar Mill Drive. On the west side, somewhere in between, pretty much a midpoint between State Road 44 to the south and Pioneer Trail to the north. Immediately adjacent to what is the old railroad right-of-way, it's now the Utilities Commission, or New Smyrna Beach Utilities utility right-of-way. It's 100 feet that's cleared and undeveloped and is actually zoned industrial. This property itself was previously approved in the county for a PUD with 93 multifamily units in it. That PUD expired, so it's still got the PUD designation in the county, but with no active MDA associated with it. The future land use in the county is urban medium intensity, which allows for a maximum of 8 units an acre. In the course of this process, we spoke with the applicant about their desire to make this commercial, city commercial, and that would allow their use as proposed for the PUD agreement, but the intensities in the commercial future land use would go up significantly. And we wanted to assure that it would remain the same as the standard policy when anything annexes in. So they have provided voluntary stipulations that are written into the PUD agreement. They provided a sample of the stipulation agreement where the FAR, the floor area ratio, would remain as it is now in the county with the urban medium intensity, and that would be 0.5 compared to 2.0 if it was commercial at FLU, city commercial. Although they're not proposing residential units in here, density is still a valid point in case the PUD is not approved or they go with a different plan, or so they also voluntarily stipulated to keep the number of units that are allowed at the 8 units per acre instead of the 18 units that the commercial would allow. You can see the site itself in the location. It's pretty much surrounded on all sides, besides Sugar Mill Drive to its east, by the Coastal Woods PUD. Is 850 acres in there that extends from 44 all the way up to Pioneer Trail. A large portion of what's south and west of this piece is now been taken out of the Coastal Woods PUD for that commercial development that had been approved there and has now become the Advent Health PUD. So that would be a neighboring property. So immediately adjacent to this property is wetlands a large amount that's in conservation easement for St. John's, so we don't anticipate any development surrounding this property to the west or the south. There is a multifamily development under construction right now that would be the closest neighbor here to the south, and it's still got separation. So that is the survey showing a large pond, as we've seen on the aerial. There's a couple of mounds in there. There's not largely cleared, not much in the way of existing vegetation to worry about. There is one historic tree that is in the front of the property and is proposed to be preserved, just be next to the driveway back to what is the RV storage area. That is the site layout. Expanding the pond area there, they would provide, fill in the gap of the 10-foot trail that goes along both sides of Sugar Mill Drive here. But right now it stops at this property line on each end. So the units themselves are for RV and boats. 147 spaces maximum is what they're proposing. Most of which, or at least half of which, I guess, would be within two proposed buildings, one along the front of the property and the other along the north part of the property. Those enclosed buildings would pretty much serve to screen out any of the boats or RVs that are stored here, and they have an open parking lot area to the south and west of those buildings, which may be under canopy or may not, but right now they want to preserve that option. This is an architect's rendering of the buildings, the landscaping. They have 25-foot landscape buffer along the east against Sugar Mill Drive and 20 feet on all other property lines. Another rendering of the entranceway. Single-story buildings, maximum height 25 feet. Again, some of the details, the comprehensive plan amendment that allowed the 93 multi-unit family units we had discussed, and their voluntary stipulations that I also mentioned. And we see these potential benefits of this proposal. Severe reduction in additional daily traffic impacts from previously approved 93 multifamily residential dwelling units to instead be less than 150 RV storage spaces, which, a typical residence has about 10 trips or 8 trips a day associated with that. So we don't anticipate seeing anything like that out of storage area. It's also isolated from the adjacent neighborhoods, as we discussed, the 100-foot wide utilities corridor to the north and the wooded and wetland areas to the west and the south. There was a concern when it went to the planning board, flooding issues, and the applicants have voluntarily agreed to a text addition to the MDA that commits the stormwater system design to adhere to a city ordinance 0625, which was our more stringent standard. And then despite the state law that negates that, they have committed in writing that they will implement that on their plan, and actually to any other stronger standards that might be implemented by the city prior to construction. This is basically an approval for the use, because if the use is proposed, there would be a much more detailed site plan application to follow, and that would involve a future public hearing and vote for approval before the Planning and Zoning Board. So this would not be the last action on this proposed use. The Planning and Zoning Board vote for the 3 applications at their October 6th meeting, where 6-0 in favor of the annexation, the comp plan amendment, the future land use amendment, actually. The vote was 2-4, not in favor, and the same vote count for the PUD redesign. Staff still advises a vote for approval on these 3 applications as currently proposed. And that's it. Any questions?
Perhaps, yes. Thank you for the report, Jake. Commissioner Perrine.
Did this applicant apply for this same RV storage, the county, before they've requested for annexation? What is the reason that they want to be annexed and not go through the county or unincorporated versus us?
We did discuss that just a bit, and they just said they preferred to deal with the city rather than the county. And actually, it's a total enclave, and if it came down to it, I think the state law would allow us to force an annexation, but we just haven't gotten to that point. We're dealing with enough other voluntary ones like this. So I'm not sure. It's been discussed whether they would still proceed with the annexation if the rest of the requests aren't approved. You'll have to ask them that.
That was going to be my next question.
Okay.
Anyone else? Yes, Commissioner Ashley.
My concern is not with the actual 3 ordinances. Let me put it this way. If I could take that piece of property and put it on State Route 44, that would be better. That kind of sums up my thought process in a nutshell. However, I do think that, number one, there is a need for what the applicant wants to do with that piece of property. And number two, I think that it would not be an eyesore. It would be fine. A third concern that I've heard from residents is that even though the traffic might be less, the bulk not meaning amount, bulk meaning the size of the traffic, boats with trailers, large RVs, might pose a problem on that road, because typically the speed of the cars on that road is kind of brisk. I don't know if they're always speeding, but that was a concern. That is a concern of mine too. I also did bring up to many homeowners that if this project went to completion and this project did house RVs and boats, the kind of future resident that Coastal Woods would attract would be of a much higher income resident than not, because people who tend to own $250,000 RVs and expensive boats, they can make more money or have more money in retirement. So that's a good thing. So I haven't made up my mind yet, and I won't make up my mind till we vote, but 80-25 is a no-brainer. 81 and 82-25 is where I'm at right now, and I'd like to hear from everybody's opinion about what I just said, or add anything to it that might make us move forward on these ordinances.
Yeah, Commissioner Martin, go forward.
I'm not sure if Jeff, you probably would. I thought there was originally talk of having hospital employee housing along that area. No?
I've never heard that myself, no.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's part of the Advent PUD. There was talk of housing for medical, but I believe that's a separate area than this one.
Yeah, I
But I'm
can't
not
even
sure.
recall offhand if the Advent Health PUD had that as one of its permitted uses or not, but.
I didn't mean that it existed as a PUD. Aspirational. How's that?
Oh, okay.
Mr. Gove, mine is a procedural one. After looking at your report and looking at the way the vote went and the recommendation from the Development Services on 81-25, which was the future land use, I believe, your justification was that maybe it was the first one, One of those, you said the justification was because the Planning and Zoning Board said yes. Therefore, the Department of Experts said yes. That's written in the justification. I think it's the other way around. There are no subject matter experts up here, and we may have some on the planning and zoning, but you're the authoritative, your group is the authoritative sworn experts. And so for the justification on one that to be yes, because the Planning and Zoning Board voted yes for it, and yet on the PUD, you said no, but you had your own justification. I'm just a procedural nut, right? Help me understand how you guys call the shots. Do you call it based on how the Planning and Zoning group votes, or do you base it on what you guys know from your training and experience?
When the Planning and Zoning Board supports us, we obviously use that as additional support or information in whatever recommendation we have. It could be approval or denial. In this case, if the annexation report used that as the reason for a positive recommendation, that would be the case. But, you know, when you put this in writing and show it on, we are obviously recommending an approval that's contrary to what the vote was for the Planning and Zoning Board. But that was our recommendation before it went to them, and it just stays the same.
When you use the Planning and Zoning as your justification for voting yes, and that's it, that doesn't feel right. It doesn't hold up in my procedural mind. I'm
Okay.
looking for Shane's organization to say, here's based on the facts, here's based on the letter of the law, here's based on safety, here's all the factors, and let the Planning and Zoning Board, who meet after you guys have made a recommendation, let them do whatever it is they want to do. If we want to go to the other side of that and say, no, we don't do what the Planning and Zoning Board said, that's our prerogative. But it was disconcerting to me to see the single justification for one was because of the Planning and Zoning Board voted yes. There's another one, I think the very last one, the PUD did not pass the Planning and Zoning Board, and yet you guys recommend approval.
Right. That's
So
what
you can't have it both ways.
Well, as far as the annexation report, I can't check that here. I don't have I have that report, but it's in the version that went to the Planning and Zoning Board. So, and our reports are kind of collaborative, so they do go through a couple different people. I don't typically do annexations, but in this case, we wanted to roll the three together, so I got help from Bob and, you know, the processes for what he does with the annexations and the comp plan amendments.
Okay.
So,
I'm not sure I understand any better, but I appreciate you trying to answer the question for me.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your report. Would like to give the applicant a chance to have some words with us. Mr. Posey, welcome.
Righty. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I think I can fill in a lot of maybe where the discussion was headed and really give some context to why on all three items that this is the right thing to do. This is the smart planning from, you know, obviously from the applicant's perspective, but I think just from a planning exercise perspective, it just makes sense. And especially if the goal is to be responsive to what we keep hearing from residents, especially the folks in the Coastal Woods neighborhood. If traffic, if, you know, trying to take those impacts off the roadway network, trying to make them feel as if that you're lessening the environmental feel of what they're feeling as impacts, you know, this is how you accomplish it. So before I forget, maybe to touch on Commissioner Perrine's comment quickly, and I'll circle back to it. This developer actually is, the reason why we picked New Smyrna is one in part because it is surrounded on all sides. It makes sense from an interlocal perspective that it would be in the city. I suspect, as Jeff had pointed out, that There would be some back and forth, even if we went into the county, about how to best accomplish which jurisdiction would have review authority, even though, of course, the county, it'd be in their jurisdiction. But this is also a developer that's done Turnbow Crossings and Copper Creek, so he's very familiar with New Smyrna as just, how it does development. So, from his perspective, that made sense to him. Let's deal with familiar faces, with folks that we know how to, the application process and everything. So if we're going to park it in New Smyrna anyway, might as well go through their application process. So doesn't mean he wouldn't go to the county. Based on, the planning board discussion, he's a residential developer too. So, but we'd love to do it the right way. And just to jump into the conversation, as Jeff had pointed out, it's existing RPUD. That means it has a zoning classification that has RPUD entitlements. He is correct in pointing out that that agreement may have lapsed. Just maybe as a fun aside, the county does have a project or process for resurrecting those agreements, but again, we haven't approached them or tried to go down that path. And the entitlements by right in the county are 8 units an acre and an FAR of 0.05, which includes both commercial and residential entitlements. So there is a commercial aspect to this that you can develop in the county just by right. It's, as I pointed out, currently zoned RPUD. If you look at the county's comp plan, the presumed compatible layouts for the property, you can do 50-foot lots, duplexes, a mobile home park. There's conditionally approved RPUD and BPUDs if you wanted to go that route too. So, from a legal perspective, there's a lot of, projects that I think would pass muster that don't really, in my opinion, resonate with the complaints I'm hearing. That if folks are feeling the impact, they're feeling that there's strain on their roadway networks, that services, that again the new folks moving in, then right or wrong, that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm trying to be responsive to. And also wanted to point out that even the county, again, its jurisdictions are all different, but they have a smart growth initiative with standards that were adopted last year. And when you say 93 units, even if I took conservatively and said, let's go 60, there's smart growth standards that you can bump up that density and you can get more units on that property. So, from a, what's the best for the property perspective, that's why we're here, and that's why it makes sense from a comp plan perspective and from a rezoning perspective to approach this as a use that can be quiet and have a minimal impact. And you can even see it just from the original adoption. It's, the parking spaces alone are 186 spaces, plus additional spaces for amenities, and those are spaces that are utilized every day, not like a parking RV and boat storage facility, which you park it and leave it. It was only a 20% minimum open space requirement. There's buildings that are 45 foot high, so in terms of visual impacts, the adjoining neighbors can, I still think it would be, you'd struggle to see them with the surrounding, but they would be much more imposing. And there was 2 points of driveway access. So in terms of keeping the traffic at its minimal conditions for whatever stops and turn motions you have to make, now you're competing with 2 different access points instead of 1. The storage facility doesn't require really any public services, so you're really running lines to serve your adjoining neighbors when you do these type of facilities. You're not necessarily utilizing these facilities themselves. It's quiet, it's a low vehicle trip generator. It's much more appropriate, as you've seen in a lot of communities, that it's becoming more of an amenity to other communities that have HOA restrictions, that have no place to put the big toy, and it reduces noise impacts and traffic because it's not a use that that's day to day. It's something that's very rare. You park your vehicle, and then when you come back on a special occasion, a few times a year, and some are maybe a little more than that, but it's very, very infrequent. And there's a lot of HOA-controlled communities in this area too, so there's just no place for these vehicles. And I do want to point out that these type of uses are something that serves the existing traffic network. These folks that own RVs, that own boats, they already exist. They're on your network, they're going wherever they're going, and this gives them a spot to park their vehicle, to do it in a safe manner, and to make sure that you have and easy access to the highway system or wherever you're going, and that it's not maneuvered on your roadway network periodically because maybe the HOA told you that it shouldn't be here. As to the plan itself, Jeff had pointed out it's a mostly cleared site. It does have one historic oak that we're designing around. The PUD itself, one use. We're not asking for anything else. It's just the boat and RV storage. And it would take an amendment to obviously change that if anybody wanted to come after us and if there's a fear that there's a Pandora's box opening for what use could be there. We're even willing to limit the future land use entitlements to echo the county, and quite frankly, we have no real plans for residential or even from a use perspective changing what we're proposing, so we're just as inclined to go even better than the county's entitlements if we really wanted to, and we're not opposed to that also. Visual impact, the project's actually set it back about 250 feet from Sugar Mill Drive, so that if you, in a very conservative estimate, that gives you about very large vehicles, about 5 vehicle stacking. You would have the 25-foot landscape buffer, which would, Jeff had pointed out, connect the trail system together, and add that connectivity that's missing in that area. It's a very appealing design. It's not just throw the metal siding up and that's your storage facility. He's trying to do this in a nice, tasteful way. To have buildings. He wants to do the covered awnings. And these are elevations you see here are part of the PD. These are the ones that are incorporated as the exhibit for the architectural standards. These are the ones that, when it comes to the site plan, that we're going to be held accountable to make sure that the project reflects this. We've lowered the height, 25-foot height, which is, again, 20 feet less than the existing RPUD, and there's more open space. Our PUD is written with a minimum 35% open space, and the existing PD is 20. There's a huge reduction in traffic. Again, I had given the clerk our traffic memo plus a safety memo the safety memo aspect, which I'll get into in a little bit, was something that happened as a result of the planning board discussion that we wanted to dispel some rumors on. But in terms of just the raw numbers for trip generation, it's about a 94% reduction of the possible trips on this property. It's huge. And that's folks those are daily trips. Those are folks that are coming in and out, going to your stores, going to wherever they're going, or the alternative is you park your RV and you leave it and forget it. And same with the boat. At the planning board, there was a number of residents that came out, and I hesitate to say this, but it was largely on incomplete or inaccurate information, even though I sympathize and understand what the concerns, where they were coming from. Again, when we were talking about stormwater, they felt that just anything there was going to affect them from a stormwater perspective. There was some misinformation about the nature of the pond that's on the property and the use of it, and that it has no use or no connection with coastal woods in any way, shape, or form. There's really a misunderstanding about how boats and RV storage facilities work. And so really we wanted to get to work after the meeting and do some post-hearing outreach to try to ease concerns and try to answer questions. So anytime there's ever been a question, I've always encouraged folks to call our office, and I've engaged in several discussions with neighbors that have taken me up on that offer. Not everybody does, but Glenn, my partner, had a meeting with the Coastal Woods folks, and we sat down and with the neighborhood community that was vocal about this and tried to at least dispel as many concerns as we could and answer questions and reassure them that this is a good use to be a neighbor. We even went into comparable facilities in the area, which I'll go into, and tried to help folks understand the nature of these uses and how they impact, how they're going to impact, or another way to say it is how little they'll impact you. And always encouraging folks to continue the dialogue and keep in touch and answer questions. The first rumor that was mentioned was the stormwater. There's no stormwater tied to this property. This property had this pond for decades, and this PUD was approved long before Coastal Woods was a thought. So it's always been separate owners. There's no connection whatsoever. And that's, I think, easy to just maybe clarify and to get folks at ease that that's not a concern. There was also mention of Geiger Cemetery and that there's a use restriction on this property in some form. That's not the case. That use restriction actually was for the common area in Coastal Woods. That's to the north of this property, and the reason I know that is because I drafted it. So, and again, it actually kept the Geiger Cemetery maintained and actually helped those folks. So it was a good thing, but it has nothing to do with this property. The next one is the ability of the impact existing residents for access. The first part is obviously the trips part. It's far less trips than would otherwise be permitted under the existing entitlements. And so we decided, well, what's a good way to run this real life scenario? Well, we decided to go out to the Storett Boat and RV in Ormond, and we'll do live counts. We'll see what happens for the whole month of November. And what wound up, and that's a facility with 209 units. That's a bigger facility. And what we found is that on average, it was about 14 daily trips. So if you just do a rough ratio to see how that would apples to apples on 147 units, that's a generation of about 10 units per day, or 10 trips per day, which I think conservatively our memo speaks to about 30. So it's about a third in just practical real life data of how these facilities operate. The next point was, we went and we had a traffic safety assessment, which I've included that material for you guys. That was post-planning board, and analyzed the 250-foot internal driveway depth. Most facilities don't have one of that depth, and in the worst case condition, it's five units deep, or five vehicles deep, which is very rare. They're not that deep. It's an automatic gate, so in terms of the stacking that could possibly occur and the speed that the stacking will be removed, it's never, the worst case is even a reality for this project because of how deep that driveway is. And the other thing that I had pointed out earlier is that the misnomer of who these folks are. These are folks in your community. These are folks that drive RVs and boats, and they use these vehicles, so they're already out there. All you're doing is giving them a place to go. And the short commute to a signalized intersection after making a right out of the facility and having just an immediate right to get to the interstate, you couldn't ask for a better alternative. And I'll show you some examples of some alternatives that I haven't heard any complaints about, and I'm not saying that they are out there, but these little quiet storage facilities that exist already in your community that you may not even know about. The first one I went to is one I was familiar with in Port Orange off of Williamson and Airport, because it's such a heavily driven intersection and it sits at a very I would say wide intersection. So it's got a signal there at the corner. So I decided to ask the planning staff, because that facility's been there about 7 years now. So I asked them, I said, we had a very, very contentious hearing on that project when it was going through, especially with the residential neighborhoods you can see around them off of Williamson. And I asked her, well, what's happening now? And the quote's right there from the response I received that, of course, she recognized the concerns initially, but that project has been cited as by those once concerned as an example of how storage facility uses is in fact the lowest traffic use. It's a benefit. Folks love it because it doesn't do anything. That's your best neighbor, the ones you don't notice. The other rumor that I was surprised to hear at the planning board was the incompatibility and that this is spot zoning. That's not true. If you just look at your future land use map, you can see that there's pockets of commercial that exist at your Pioneer and Sugar Mill intersection. That's right up the street. Surrounded in a residential community, that the adjacency of the future land use doesn't in itself create incompatibility. You have it right up the street. The same is true if you go to the south. It's medium density residential into activity center, which allows for 18 units per acre, 60 transient lodging units, 2.0 FAR, very heavy in terms of commercial entitlements that would be possible on those properties. Those are the neighbors. And also you have the power line to the north, which is actually future land use industrial, but it's vacant and it's 100-foot wide. And I'm not sure if that's a good comparison to call for compatibility, but as I said, you can just get a sense of the difference in development. The proposed is on the left, the Port Orange facility is on the right. Far more residential development. That's a signalized intersection. You actually, on the Port Orange facility, have to cut across Williamson to make a U-turn if you wanted to go north to 95. Still don't hear any complaints. It's still a safe project. Here's the existing all-aboard storage on Glencoe. That project, you would have to exit onto Glencoe, which is in large parts a residential road to the south. I've not heard any complaints about that one either. Right across the street from an apartment complex. So I would imagine that in a hypothetical world, there should be conflict at that corner. I haven't heard that. Another example is the existing all-aboard on US 1. This one's an interesting one because there is no signalized intersection. You've got to cross a US 1 to get to, if you were going north, and if you wanted to go south. You don't get a choice, and you have the neighbors to the west that you would think would be impacted by that one too. But haven't heard the what concerns that may have arisen that there's a boat or an RV in my way. This is off of Canal Street. The existing CubeSmart NSB boat and storage vault there, that's off of Canal Street. That's a pretty tight right-of-way that is a pretty traveled right-of-way. You would think that one would be an issue if these things are causing the impacts they're causing. And then you have a small one that I thought was interesting, NSB boat and RV storage near Chisholm. And I thought that was interesting because it's right next to an elementary school. So the theme to all of that wasn't to just cherry pick and draw attention. It was to show how little these things do. They don't generate traffic. They do very little. There's very little trips on the roadway network because once you park it, you forget about it. To further mitigate concerns, we were happy after discussing this at the planning board and afterwards to voluntarily meet the stormwater standards. That's not an issue. We want to do the right thing and be good neighbors also. In terms of land use entitlements, we just figured matching the county made the most sense logically, even though we have no real intent from a residential perspective. But if that is if the assurance is really what we're after here, then we have no problem taking the residential off the table too. That's fine. Even from a use perspective, this is the use we're proposing. And the path forward, I think the other thing is some folks feel like this may be a smoke and mirrors. And this is the same path forward you'd have to do even if you wanted to change the rules again. You got to come back to you guys. It's got to go, and you got to go through a comp plan amendment process. You'd have to go through rezoning, and it'd be the same discussions that would happen identically to what discussion were happening here in the event that this facility doesn't move forward. Except they would have to convince you that the existing entitlements that we've already restricted are not acceptable or permissible, which I think is a better place to be at. So in conclusion, it's one of the least intensive uses you possibly could propose. It directly addresses community concerns. We've made modifications and tried to keep outgoing outreach to folks about about the nature of this use and why it's good for their community. And it's the best possible use to capture existing impacts, that those folks need somewhere to park their vehicles. And we appreciate staff's recommendation, and hopefully that gives maybe some context and color to why this is good from a planning perspective and why it's supportable from a staff recommendation and from our perspective that this is the right way to do a project. So I'm here for any questions. We have our engineer available, and that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ashley.
So I think based on all of everything you presented here, and it's all good, I think, and the alternatives are alternatives. So I have no objection at all to this. I like it. I think it's a good idea.
All right. So no other questions? Very good. Thank you, Joey. Don't go anywhere. The public hearing is now open. If there are any citizens who wish to speak on this particular topic, please come forward and you'll be heard at this time for 3 minutes. When you come forward, just your name and address for the record, please. Thank you, Ms. Richards.
Goodness gracious. Marvel Richards, 1099 Clubhouse Boulevard, New Smyrna Beach. It's been interesting listening to all of this. I'm asking you all to vote no on all three of these, A, B, and C. First of all, Sugar Mill has always been a residential road for however many miles it is, except for the cemetery. Now we're going to put in commercial right in the middle of, really, literally, it's in the middle of Sugar Mill Road before it hits Pioneer. And I just don't think it belongs there. Also, there's something called spot zoning. And I believe that this is spot zoning. To take 7.5 acres, I'm going to read you, I've just looked it up, to take 7.5 acres and put commercial in amongst everything else. This says spot zoning may be legal if it, oh my gosh, what happened to it? If it benefits the public. If it's not, here it is, rezoning must provide a broader community advantage, not just a private benefit. This is clearly a private benefit. It's not for all of us. The other thing, coastal woods. The people at coastal woods don't have and won't have boats and RVs. It's the people from, and I know some of them, it's the people from Orlando and Winter Park who want to put their vehicles, their toys over here, so when they come over for the weekend or a week, they don't have to be dragging anything with them. So I wish you would think about that. The other thing is flooding. I've been taking notes as we've been going along here. Flooding is an issue. It's an issue. I don't know how all the stormwater and all that works. You can drive out there. The swell on Sugar Mill, 44, it's constantly filled with water. And a heavy rain, it floods on Pioneer and Sugar Mill. It floods at 44 and Sugar Mill. Floods where you can't get a car through. So somehow that has to be looked at. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Claudia Vanderhorst, 562 Aeolian Drive. I want to start off by saying, for correcting some of the things that Attorney said. The community meeting that we had was organized by property owners, and it wasn't just Coastal Woods folks, there were other folks there as well. We invited Mr. Ashley, Commissioner Ashley, to attend, and Mr. Joey didn't attend, Mr. Storch did, and he didn't answer any questions. He stood there and said, I don't have anything, I'm just here to listen. So there was no give and take, no resolution of concerns. That's number one. That's misrepresented on that slide. The stormwater is a concern. They're going to pave that into 6.7 acres. There's going to be runoff. It's going to go somewhere. And that ditch on Sugar Mill can't handle anymore. And I think y'all know me well enough. We live at the corner of Sugar Mill and Pioneer Trail. Our stormwater system is stuck between Coastal Woods and Sugar Mill. So Coastal Woods dumps into us. If that ditch fails, we are underwater. There's nowhere for us to go. We've been there already. Secondly, the trip counts for November for boat use. I was a boat owner all my life. November is not the time of the year I took my boat out, 4th of July, Memorial Day, et cetera, et cetera. We have people in my community that own boats and RVs, and they've said they wouldn't use that. It's ridiculous for it to be there. To try and pull a 40-foot, 20-foot, 30-foot, whatever it is, out of that entrance exit there into two blind curves. There's a blind curve on the south end, there's a blind curve on the north end, into 45-mile-an-hour traffic. Doesn't make any sense at all. Not to mention, once the hospital goes in, 44 is going to get widened. Sugar Mill is going to get widened from 44 till just about where Serena Lakes is, to 4 lanes, and then it's going to bottleneck back down to 2 lanes again, just about where that entrance is. The little community across the street, Serena Lakes, doesn't stand a chance. The apartments next door to that don't stand a chance. They're not going to get in and out of their communities. It's a disaster waiting to happen. All it takes is one. I don't care if it's 10 of those coming in on a day, 5 of those coming in on a day. The emergency equipment from the hospital is going to use that road. I'm going to use that road to come to try and live in my home and live in New Smyrna Beach. This isn't the place for it. I spoke with county officials, and here's how they described this piece of property to me. It's an enclave surrounded by a conservation area. It's prime property for a residential community because it's beautiful. It's surrounded by conservation. It's surrounded by communities of 3,000 homes are already there. We bought our homes knowing that that's the way it was going to be. I can live with the little commercial stuff on the corner of Sugar Mill and Pioneer. That's nothing compared to a 40-foot camper pulling out in front of me when I'm trying to do 45 miles an hour or dodge a rescue squad.
Claudia, I'm afraid your time has expired. Thank you, though,
Thank
for
you
your
very
comments. I appreciate it. Anyone else for public participation?
Indulge me. I'm using this as a learning opportunity. Attorney Joey did a really good job in his earlier presentations to P&Z. The reason they didn't support it seemed to center around traffic concerns. And I know later in this process, there is a site plan. You won't see it, but planning and zoning will see it. So a couple of things I'd ask you to direct the city manager to have staff pay attention to if you do decide to vote for this. There should be additional specifications in the document. So Attorney Joey had said at Planning and Zoning that they would agree to not having a wash station because there was some concern about all of that water and where was it going to go and what was it polluted with. It's not in the document right now, and it probably should be. Also, somewhere in the versions of this that have come out, there was, quote, an open question on Advent's stormwater pond, quote again, designed to drain into these 6 acres, end quote. I don't know if that's true or it's not, but when the site plan gets reviewed for this, that question must already be answered because I don't know what assumptions were made there, but we don't want to find out the hard way. The other thing is, it's nice that there's going to be stacking inside the property, but that's not the problem. I happen to favor 2 of the fast food restaurants that are at the corner of Sugar Mill. And because the traffic plan for that was so poorly done, if you're trying to get into Sugar Mill and you want to get back to 44, I mean, I can sit there and watch all the cars break the law and do a U-turn. Because the only other option is you either go down a little further on the blind curve, you turn into one of those subdivisions, you turn around and you go back out to 44. Or you go all the way to Pioneer Trail, same thing, you're going to turn into some business and go back there. So I don't know that this person has to solve that problem, but I do know that the stalls are going to be at maximum 16 feet wide by 50 feet long. That means that you're probably pulling, as the woman said, a 40 or 45 foot potentially back of a truck. So the problem is the deceleration lane and stacking on Sugar Mill. It's not the stacking like a Chick-fil-A when you're trying to go through, it's trying to get in there. So there's no specification about, I know traffic will be considered later in site plan, but there were some stipulations in here, and a good stipulation would be that the developer agrees to work to improve the road infrastructure and safety in concert with the city of New Smyrna Beach and the county. And I would go so further as to say, I think it should be on the developer to pay for any improvements for deceleration and turn lane.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else for public participation? Seeing none, public participation is now closed, and we'll give the city have any closing remarks?
Just in terms of your question about the difference in the recommendations, I did go back and see the text that was strictly applying to the annexation. And that did say based on the planning board recommendation.
Yeah.
But in that case, it's not solely based on that, because we've always recommended approval. I think we always recommend approval on every annexation. So that may be too much of the standard language that we use for annexations, but we have the other factors that came into our recommendation of the much lesser traffic and the isolation of this property. And in terms of spot zoning, when that was rezoned or zoned by the county for the 93 multifamily units, the activity center designation actually went that far north. So it since has changed. The medium intensity that the county allows for now, if somebody wanted to develop there, it would be about 66 units maximum. But we don't really see this as spot zoning because there's so much of the activity center that's surrounding it on this west side of Sugar Mill all the way down to 44.
Very good.
That's
Thank you for your comment. Any follow-up by any of my colleagues? Okay, thank you, Mr. Gove. Mr. Posey, your closing remarks, sir.
I just want to touch on a few things I had heard briefly. Jeff actually beat me to the spot zoning. I mean, on both sides of that of Sugar Mill alone, which if you just take the northern side, for instance, so I can go back to the map, it's the bottom right map you see here. It's surrounded on all sides by residential, but on two intersection corners is commercial. Well, just that alone shows from a land use perspective that there's no incompatibility with Sugar Mill in itself, that you can't have commercial on Sugar Mill. And the same is true on the south side of the road too, that in terms of pocket commercial, that's the way you want to see it. You want to see uses that can complement neighborhoods. Sometimes you see neighborhood commercial or convenience stores, and you're starting to see a lot more of these facilities ancillary to these communities because there has to be a place to store the vehicle. The other concern that I'd heard was the neighborhood meeting, and I wasn't trying to suggest that we put that neighborhood meeting on. She's exactly right. That was a meeting scheduled by all of the concerned citizens. We wanted to be involved because we wanted to try to address as many questions as we could. I've been fielding questions after the fact too. So I wasn't trying to insinuate as if we were the architect of that meeting. So. And as to the TIA improvements, the traffic-related improvements, a full TIA has to be done, and we have no problem with doing every requirement that they're going to ask of us in terms of whatever roadway network improvements have to be done. I think from a location perspective, I think we're trying to give the reassurance that this makes sense from a location. And from the TIA itself, I think I heard just working in tandem with the county, we have no problem with that. If that's something that makes its way into the PD in some form, that's our goal anyway. We want to do it the right way. The facility improvements themselves are going to have decel lanes and tapers, and that's how the site design is going to work. So I think I take maybe a little difference of opinion with one of the residents saying that in terms of the fast food restaurant and the nature of this, if you're just extrapolating what it's, I mean, even conservatively saying 10 units on a daily trip, which is less than an hour, and you're trying to compare apples to apples with a fast food restaurant, that just doesn't work. I would hesitate to say it the other way. Well, let's run the hypothetical and say let's take Jeff Gove's number of 60 something and extrapolate that out at 660 divided by 12, you're talking 60 more or less trips an hour. So how is 60 more trips an hour in conflict with that fast food restaurant a better alternative? No, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for something that addresses the concern that is the roadway network, which is this is the type of use you're asking for. So we have the engineer available if there's stormwater related concerns, if there's traffic related concerns. We're always happy to answer any questions. So outside of that, I'll just field questions as they come.
Okay, very good. Any questions from my colleagues? Good, thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Posey. Thank you for your remarks. And so now we've got the public hearing. It's closed. We've heard from the applicant and the staff again. The city attorney reminds me that of the 3 votes, 2 of these are legislative, and the last vote is quasi-judicial. There's some rule differences there. Why don't you help us, or remind all of us, so that those of you watching understand the subtleties of the difference?
Correct. So most of the time, we're usually talking about quasi-judicial, and you're applying specific facts to adopted factors. The first 2 items you have are legislative. That means you can take into account public sentiment, staff's thoughts. You know, it's not, you're not strictly applying that criteria. So this is the will of the commission, starting with the annexation, and we can walk through each one, but the first one is legislative, if you'd like to discuss and take a vote on that.
Sure. Okay, very good. And so let me just read it. This is the annexation of the 7.6 acres located at 390 Sugar Mill. And so are there any, keeping in mind that Commissioner Ashley is asking for us to share before we vote, any of you would like to comment? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I would just say before you take the vote, he may have some relevant information regarding applications.
Okay.
Just to make clear from the applicant's perspective, all 3 of these are attempting to move in tandem. That's the goal here. It's a property under contract, and this developer is looking to do a storage facility. So if there's hesitations or discourse that needs to flesh itself out, I would hope that's before a vote that happens on the other 2. And but again, I defer to your process, but I just wanted to make everybody aware of that nuance, just in case that that didn't come out during the presentation.
So I guess an option would be, if after you hear the commission discussion, you wish to withdraw, you would need to withdraw before they vote.
That's correct. The discussion is 3 items in tandem.
Well, we were going to take each vote separately, so. So they can't be in tandem, it would fall.
Well, I meant the discussion. I was just talking in terms of just the feel for the project and the applications as a whole, but the votes would be separate, correct?
Okay, so I think what he's asking for is after the commission discussion that he have an opportunity to make a decision on his applications, either pull them entirely or proceed.
Okay, and so I think it flows together. The point is well taken that this is a package from his view, and if a no happens, it's fruitless for the applicant from Mr. Posey's view to say, well, I don't need to continue because I got the no on the first one. The other 2 are moved. Commissioner McGurk.
City Attorney, I just need some clarification on, you just said at the beginning of when you started, the first 2 are legislative. We can base it on sentiment. The third one, we cannot.
Correct. So depending on your decisions in 1 and 2, if you say yes to 1 and yes to 2, number 3 is going to turn into a quasi-judicial where you're going to apply specific factors. You do not have to do that for the first or second vote.
Thank you for the clarification.
So anybody, any comments from my colleagues, any points you want to make for any of our benefit before we take the vote?
I'll jump in there.
All right, sir. Thank you, Mr. McGurk.
So this is an interesting case. It's unique because we're not guided by legal requirements in 1 and 2. Usually there are a set of legal requirements that we have to follow in probably 80% of the votes that we take. We don't get to take in consumer, residential sentiment in a way that we can with these cases. The annexation is a no-brainer. Of course, I support that, and I commend the developer for wanting to come in and annex into the city. It's always better when we have control with our regulations over the counties and something that is essentially considered in New Smyrna. Now, the attorney's position and what he has said, I don't disagree one bit with. It makes all the sense in the world. I've spoken to a number of people on this issue, including how they're concerned about traffic. What is being proposed is going to be a lot less traffic and a lot less problems than a residential development. And I called, spoke to multiple people to make sure I had clarification that they understood this and I was understanding them correctly. And that was correct. So the reality of this is there is a lot of people within the Sugar Mill and Coastal Woods communities that don't want this. They don't want the business use and what they assumed or thought or were going to, they understood was going to be a residential area. So I have to put a lot of weight in that. The people in the community who live in these neighborhoods that are going to be affected by this simply don't want it. From a practical standpoint, I can't for the life of me figure out why not. If I lived in these communities, I would rather this development than I would a more residential, which would create a lot more traffic. But I don't live there, so I need to take into consideration of what these residents' concerns are. So I am going to support the annexation. I wonder if enough people have been spoken to. I know the attorney said he met with a group of people, and I got a lot of emails. I've gotten a number of calls. I've spoken to the liaison, the government liaison from Sugar Mill, and she assured me that there's lots of there's not support in Sugar Mill for this development, and I'm just not sure that. I think maybe it may need a little more time. But at this time, I can't vote against what the residents in the neighborhood would want for their community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Commissioner Martin.
I think that some clarification about traffic might be required, because my understanding is that the traffic that Mrs. Peters and Mrs. Vanderhorst were talking about was the type of traffic and the location, the size of the RVs, the size of the boats, and where they're located, that access on Sugar Mill, which is totally different from X number of cars, pickup trucks going down there. So I feel like there's two different types of traffic under discussion.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner Perrine.
I agree with Commissioner McGurk. Definitely a yes for the annexation. Why wouldn't we? But my original question was, did they go that route because, county would be more in favor to approve this than us? I didn't really get that answer. It sounded like they just wanted the city, which is fine. There's positive reasons for that. Taxes and utilities and many things people want to annex. I am taking in consideration the neighbors as well as the facts. And the facts were the spot zoning didn't fly. It is not spot zoning. It's less traffic. And we know when we have a situation when we're going to approve 80 or 90 multi-family dwelling units, this room would be packed with no's. We have a couple of people here, not 300 like sometimes we get. We're not cutting any trees down. We're not causing more flooding. They have agreed to the most strict stormwater regulations despite SB 180. And everyone that has come to us so far, this room, they've agreed to that. So it's huge for me. There's no proof that this development is going to cause flooding. I see no proof of that. Finally, I went out to the one in Edgewater to look at it, and it's pleasing to the eye. It's not an ugly factor that would cause your home to go down in value with it being there, and it's not increasing the traffic. It's a passive use. If I lived on that street, I'd rather have this when there'd be 10 cars a day coming in and out versus 2 cars per home, 90 homes, 180 trips a day. I mean, you can't tell people that own land they can't do anything with it. So to me, this seems like the most the best situation for the neighbors around it. And if they had it any other commercial use or townhomes or apartments, like I said, this room would be packed. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Mr. Manager, trained, certificated, licensed, and longtime planner, would you mind opining your view on this?
Certainly. I'm not sure I'm going to help you with this. I might complicate things a little bit more for you. My sense on this, and I totally understand, from an individual use perspective and impact, traffic impact, all of those things, I can see the allure of the use at this location. Just looking at it from a broader perspective, maybe long-term strategically, I would put this in your mind just to kind of think about. As a city and the growth and development of the city, we've made decisions about where certain things are going to be, neighborhoods, commercial, and it's obvious that 44 is our key commercial corridor, and that's where we want commercial, and that road has been developed and built to accommodate that commercial development, and will continue to evolve in that regard. And there are other commercial corridors and centers around the city that have been designated, and some of them don't even exist yet. We talked about South Village earlier. There'll be Deering Park, Ocean Gate, the Advent Hospital. And so we've kind of directed our commercial into these particular corridors and activity centers. And 44 for me is still an area that's under development, that needs some strategic guidance, that needs help. There's lots of vacant properties that are zone commercial already. There's lots of buildings that are vacant that served previous commercial uses that need to be repurposed and reused. The traffic infrastructure, although some would probably debate it, but this is our commercial corridor, and it's built to accommodate these types of uses. So, I, from a strategic standpoint, would tell you we need to concentrate our commercial into those districts that we already have designated commercial. And this just has a sense of elongating the commercial along Sugar Mill, and the commercial at Pioneer Trail. It's at an intersection. You would expect that. There's going to be more pressure on Pioneer Trail as the interchange opens, develops. We'll have to look at that area. So I have some pause about commercial at this location from a broader strategic standpoint. And I think that was highlighted. A lot of these facilities are located. A couple that were pointed out were located directly off 44. 44 can accommodate U-Haul trucks. It can accommodate boats, it can accommodate RVs and those sorts of things. So not sure if that helped, but just from a broader perspective, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful for that. On the my views on the zoning or not, on the annexation. I guess, Mr. Posey, it depends on who you want to dance with. You want to dance with the city, you want to dance with the county, and so I would speak in favor of the annexation, just to give a unified city of New Smyrna Beach appeal and all the benefits that go with contiguous property. I have to side with Mr. McGurk, which is kind of like a, hey, let's wait and see. So you may wisely pull this. And right now the residents are like, no stinking way, we don't want it. We all get a lot of email, cards, and letters. And yet the logic that he said was, wait a minute, it's going to get less use than if I put a dense pack of family dwellings there. So that is contra to the logical thought of, hey, I want less people, I want less use, blah, blah, blah. So that may evolve as the clock ticks. The residents may decide that, so you may rightfully pull that. From the quasi-judicial standpoint, when we get to that section, and we have to apply rules should you not pull this, while I appreciate Mr. Newkirk's work, professional engineer Newkirk's work, I think the issue on access back and forth off of Sugar Mill Drive to the facility in and out is in his write-up, the word safety is absent on all 3 pages. And so I have a public safety concern that a 45-mile-an-hour vehicle on blind curves would not have the wherewithal to stop if just one very slow-moving, turning, big rig, whether it's an SUV or towing a big boat, would be a target. And so in the name of public safety, I don't like that, and nothing in his report talked about safety. I think it's a convenience thing, stacking and trips and all that stuff. It's very convenient, and so I think the residents would be served because it's going to be convenient, it's going to be easy. But in the name of safety, if just one major accident happened there where this very slow, lethargic vehicle rather, tries to make that turn, and then a whiz-bang smaller vehicle comes along and at 45 or higher, I don't see an escape. So that bothers me from a public safety perspective. So on future use, future land use, I would probably vote no, and on the zoning change, I would probably vote no. Does that help you, Mr. Ashley, at all?
Yeah, can I say something?
Sure.
So what the city managers had kind of swayed me a little bit, and I do think that consistency in planning and being true to the city vision is important. I do want to comment about Ms. Vanderhorst's characterization of Attorney Storch at the meeting. I thought he did a fine job. I thought that he answered a lot of questions. And I thought when he didn't have the answer, he said, I will get back to you. And so that was, I didn't have any problem with him saying that. So I think overall, and here's another thing I told the citizens at the meeting. I said, this job is difficult because, yes, I represent you to the city, but I also represent the city to you. And in that particular role, the individual judgment of a commissioner may be counter to a number of citizens that don't want something or want something. And there was a citizen at the meeting who was absolutely in favor of it. So it's not like the whole neighborhood is against it. Some people are for it, and my guess, based on the vast one-year experience I've had, is most people are pretty neutral about it. So that's where I stand now. But I am swayed by what you guys have said. I mean, I came in here leaning one way, and now I'm kind of leaning another based on the experience that you guys have had, which is more than me. And the first ordinance is a no-brainer. The second two, maybe deserve more thought and discussion. I think that the objections that were brought up here tonight, if there was no mention of boat or RV storage and it was just an apartment complex, there would still be, forget it, it's going to cause flooding. So I think in many cases, our engineers, our more experienced people in development, clarify misconceptions that we have or emotional feelings that we have. And I think maybe we need to keep talking that through. I don't know.
Thank you for those. That's important. And I want to tap the podium once on the guy who just dropped in from Alabama, who said, "Hey, I've got ideas. I've got an opinion about my first blush of what your city looks like," and he has a plan for what 44 should look like, which will probably satisfy many. And so, if you want to emphasize, if we have a commercial corridor, let's use it. It's not being well used today. Maybe I go with that. Commissioner Martin.
Just the question, did the applicant understand the zoning and possibilities when the applicant bought the land? Because what I'm hearing is that we bought it with one condition in the expectation of being able to change.
Joey Posey again. No, the applicant has it under contract. And of course, his intention is to buy it. He thinks it does have a use that's possible there, whether it's this use or it's a residential entitled use, that's also a possibility. But, exploring this narrative that I'm hearing from the commission as to further engaging neighbors, I'm always happy to do it. I think some of the difficulty is I'm a scary attorney and it's difficult to have those discussions, but if there's a way to bridge that discussion, and as I think was helpful with the Coastal Woods community that made aware of community meetings to find ourselves over there, that those can be very helpful. So especially Commissioner McGurk, if there's folks in the Sugar Mill community that are willing to meet, we're happy to do it. If there's folks, again, sounding for everybody's benefit in the audience and online, if there's other folks in the Coastal Woods community that are still passionate about this and want to continue that discussion, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth having that discussion. I did want to comment something, I think, conceptually that I just want to make clear from our perspective, from a planning exercise, that the way we've restricted this is really we're talking about, even though we're talking about commercial in a broad sense, we're really talking about a use. The way this has been tightened into the little box of future land use entitlements and the PUD, there is no alternative. Everything on 44 is probably a PUD or a zoning district that has a plethora of possibilities. So when you're talking about what's appropriate for this site, broad brush commercial isn't what I would use for what may be appropriate for this site. I would think that in a storage-related use that can be more functionally an amenity, because many communities are designing their communities that way, is how I conceptualize it. And the way to get to that is making the box tight. And you're not talking about in such broad terms of commercial versus residential. So I just wanted that on the record for everybody's benefit.
And so now that you've heard our initial thoughts, and you can probably predict how we might vote on the first item, is it your wish that we continue and let's just posture that potentially the annexation would be approved? Do you want to continue to dance with the city, or do you want to stay with the county? Then you would say, let's stop the proceeding and I'll take my chances with the county.
Well, I think it's worth continuing to have that discussion with in the city. I'm okay with that I don't think a decision tonight does us any benefits if we can reach those neighbors and find a way to bridge concerns. So if there's an opportunity to table this for, until I guess we can renotice it, I presume, just to have those discussions.
So are you intending to continue the annexation or not?
Yes.
Continue. How, do you need to
Yes.
speak to your, so if you're asking for a continuance, you would tell us when you would want to come back?
We would be, if we were going to do this, it would be a continuance on all three items.
But to when?
Would 60 days be appropriate?
It's the commission's will,
Yeah,
so.
that would be, I think that gives us enough time to engage neighbors, and that would be my preference.
Okay, very good. We hear that. And another comment before we go any farther from Commissioner Perrine.
So I just wanted to touch on this future land use and vision for our city, because that is very important. But this specific land use, that's requiring, 7.6 acres. I can't see that on 44. So, I don't know why that would be an advantage to our city. And then the flip side of that, we have one of these storage units already on Canal Street with very hard access, and it's worked out just fine. So if we're going to go that route and not want this because of keeping our commercial on 44, that's not a fit for them. I can't see that working. So you just shutting them out totally because of that? Can you find 7.6 acres on 44? Probably not. So before you make those kind of statements, I think that's wrong. And yes, more neighbors should have been here to speak pro that, but we know that it's usually the people that don't want something that come. So I am not thinking in those lines with the vision, because it makes no sense to me with what you said. I'm sorry. I've been here a long time, and we've got the same thing on Canal next to schools. We've got commercial right next to residential. I don't see that as a bad thing. It's too late for that. So.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Okay, so any other comments before we shut it down? Okay, so if I understand it, you'd like to continue it for 60 days. The date specific can be arranged between you and the city.
March 24th?
That's fine.
To continue to March 24th.
So, want a motion on that?
Yeah.
Yes, and you can include all three ordinances in that, but I just need to make a statement after each in order to preserve the legal notice.
After each vote, or after? So I'll
We're
make
going
a
to
motion.
continue each of them, right? We're going to continue them separately.
You want to continue them separately, not together?
Your preference, I just need to be able to preserve the legal notice, so you can use all three ordinance numbers in your motion, and then just let me make three statements after.
Perfect. Okay. Make a motion to continue to March 24th, ordinance number 8125, 8225, and 80, nope, hold on.
Yep. 80.
8125, 8225, and 8025. That's it. Sorry.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. You want to read before or after we vote?
After you vote.
Okay, very good. All right, any more? Any last reapproaches? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, continued. Thank you very, very much.
Ordinance number 8025 will be, the public hearing on that item will be held on March 24th, 2026 at 214 Sam's Avenue, New Smyrna Beach at 5:30 p.m. Ordinance number 8125, changing the future land use for the property at 390 Sugar Mill Drive, will be heard at a public hearing on March 24th, 2026 at 214? Is it 214? I just read it. Yes. 214 Sam's Avenue, New Smyrna Beach at 5:30, and ordinance number 8225, rezoning the property to PUD, will be heard on March 24th, 2026 at 214 Sam's Avenue at 5:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. We're going to move on to item 10D, which is a public hearing to be conducted. Consider the adoption of ordinance number 8425, which, if adopted, would amend the future land use designation for commercial, from commercial to medium-density residential, in the city's comprehensive plan for approximately 1.01 acres located at 1300 South Atlantic. Madam City Attorney, 8425, please, second time, title only.
Okay, and Shane, are you presenting these two items together as well?
I am.
Okay, I'll read them both. Ordinance 8425, an ordinance amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Comprehensive Plan, changing the future land use designation of 1 ± acres of property generally located on the south side of 3rd Avenue, west of South Atlantic Avenue, north of 4th Avenue, from city commercial to city medium density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 8525, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach, rezoning 1 ± acres of property generally located on the south side of 3rd Avenue, west of South Atlantic Avenue, north of 4th Avenue, addresses 1300 South Atlantic Avenue, from City B2A Neighborhood Business District to City R3A, single-family and two-family residential zoning district, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. And for clarity, these are both quasi-judicial?
First one's legislative, the second one is quasi.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see Director Corbin at the batter's box. We're ready for your report, Shane.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commission. Shane Corbin, Development Services. As already stated, I'm going to go through basically two applications because they're related to each other, and you'll need to vote on them separately. And this has to do with a proposed project at 1300 South Atlantic Avenue. The first is going to be a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, requesting to change the future land use designation from commercial to medium density residential. And then following that would be a zone change request from B2, which is neighborhood business, to R3A, single family and two family residential. The property is behind the Walgreens as you are on Beachside on the turn on State Road A1A between 3rd and 4th Streets. You can see it there in the dark parcel. Here's an aerial. I'm sure you all are familiar with this property. It's still got a vacant bank on it. It's been vacant for a number of years. Here's another aerial of it. You can see the single family towards the beach and the Walgreens on the other side. So here's their first request. It's a change of the future land use. The parcel is outlined in dark black. In the first slide on the left, it's red, and that shows it as commercial. On the right, you can see what they're proposing to do is change it to orange, which would be medium density residential. And there is some other medium density residential right across the street from it, so it wouldn't be a spot situation. The medium density residential allows a density of up to 8 dwelling units per acre, has a very limited non-residential use, but the non-residential uses that are permitted have a floor area ratio of 0.5, which basically means you can cover about half of the property. The intent of medium density residential is to provide a buffer between low density residential uses and more intense uses such as high density residential or commercial. It's also suitable at major intersections when adequate buffering from the highways can be provided. Their second ask, and they have to do the future land use change in order to have this other zoning available from them. That's why it's a two-step process. So they're currently B2, or commercial future land use with the business zoning, and they want to go to a medium density residential with an R3A zoning. And the end goal of this is they want to do single family houses on the site, and you cannot do that in a commercial future land use and B2 zoning district. However, with their current zoning and future land use, they could do a multifamily project. So it's not that they can't do any residential, but they just can't do single family, and that's where they want to go. What's going to go into our recommendation is basically some technical issues. In our comprehensive plan future land use element, under goal 4, there is an objective for the city to maintain land for non-residential uses to ensure that the amount of land already designated for non-residential uses does not decrease. Because of that provision in our comprehensive plan, We cannot recommend approval for the future land use change. Strictly technical. Again, in the R3A, single-family and two-family dwellings are permitted, and that's where they want to go. They want to go to a single-family product, even though they could do multifamily. Again, it's a technical issue. One other issue that we've got is that when you change the zoning, the commercial property, the Walgreens abutting this property, if it goes to R3A, it then requires a 25-foot vegetative buffer on the commercial side. And so that, by making that change, it would, by default, make the Walgreens non-conforming. So that's another issue that we have that we just can't get around. Well, actually, we'll let the applicant talk about it. They may have a solution for that, and in their presentation, they'll talk about that. Here's just some of the basic lot standards. I'm going to talk about history a little bit here. This was what they wanted to do with the property. I'm sure you all remember this. Mm-hmm. This was a mixed-use project with a parking garage, as well as some restaurants and retail space. The neighbors came out in force against it. They did not want a project like this, even though it's fairly well designed, it's attractive. They did not want a project of this size and intensity in this area. And so the applicant withdrew that application. They went back to the drawing board, and they're bringing forth something to you that they think the neighborhood would support. And I will say that we have not, to my knowledge, received any emails or phone calls or anything of people saying that they don't want what's being proposed now. What they want to do is go back to the original platted lot lines. Well, it won't be exactly, because there have been some changes with the butting up to Walgreens. There's been a little jog in that lot line, so it won't be exactly the same platted lot lines, but that's approximately what they're trying to get back to. And the product would look something like this. So 6 homes, and the architect's also here tonight to talk about that. As far as stormwater, we're not there yet, and we don't know exactly what they would do for stormwater, but here's one option. Just bringing it up because everyone wants to know what's going to happen with stormwater. This is an example of an exfiltration system where the water goes underground. Also, they've talked somewhat about doing a shared swale for all the homes, where they could have the swale in the back and divert all the stormwater there. That would also work. As far as traffic, again, we're not there yet, but we don't think a traffic impact study would be needed for what they're proposing. A typical single-family home generates between 8 and 10 trips a day, certainly far less than any sort of commercial project on site would be. And I bring this up just to give you context. Didn't make my recommendation based on what the Planning and Zoning Board did, but just to let you know, they voted against both of these, 4-2 on the future land use and 3-3 on the zone change. And so again, I just give you that for context of what Planning and Zoning Board recommended. And with that, I can take some questions, or you may want to hear from the applicant first. I know they've got a...
We'll ask you some questions first.
Okay.
Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you. You said 6 houses. I thought there was 8.
They've reduced that number to 6.
Okay, so the 2 houses on the end?
They're not proposing that anymore.
Okay. Tell me a little more about the creating the non-conforming use for Walgreens.
So if you look at this diagram here, and this wasn't surveyed, but this is approximating this. Let me see, hold on. Okay, so here's the property line, and this is approximately 25 feet. It would actually encroach on the building itself. And so once the property next door of it, if it was to get changed to residential, this cannot meet that 25-foot buffer. Of course, it's already built, it's already there, it's already in place, but technically it should be there, so it would be non-conforming.
So the Walgreens is legal,
That's
nothing
correct.
wrong with it.
That's
We
correct.
changed the zoning on an entirely separate piece of property, and that will
That's correct.
then affect the Walgreens.
We wouldn't issue any sort of citation or anything like that for them, but
But it's still technically, it'll be a
Technically.
non-conforming use.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Martin.
I am concerned about any potential use of more underground perforated pipes when our water table, beachside, can be 1 inch below the surface. That functionally submerges the underground system.
Well-
So I'm not sure it's available when we need it most.
So I want to clarify, I don't know that that's what they're proposing. We haven't seen any construction plans or anything like that. I simply brought it up because, you know, people always ask about stormwater and traffic, no matter what the project is. So I just showed that as a potential example
Okay.
of what might happen.
So I am now on record as having deep concerns, at least beachside, about underground exfiltration systems. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Perrine, anything from you? No. Commissioner Ashley?
No, nothing yet.
Okay, and I don't have any as of yet. We'll listen to the applicant here for a second, but Shane, don't go anywhere. Thank you for that.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right.
Just going to get his presentation up for him.
Thanks, appreciate it. Good evening, and for the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Coal, 231 North Woodland Boulevard here on behalf of the applicant. And fun to be in front of you today asking for kind of a constraint of what is allowed to be used versus sometimes being before you to ask for an enlargement. To the good, I'm going to walk you through the two applications, and I appreciate you allowing us to talk about them together. We do have an answer and a solution that will work on the Walgreens issue. We also have a solution with respect to the comp plan policy. There's a couple different ways to skin that, but the nice thing is, because that is a legislative decision, how you determine to get to yes. If that's ultimately what you want to do, I think we can get you there. Just very quickly, this is the revised rendering, and this has the 6 units now instead of the 8, so the 2 in the back got removed. Really, the question that's going to be for you is, if you think that this is a good use, consistent with the neighborhood, that you're satisfied with how we're addressing with the transition between our property and the Walgreens, because again, this MDR is supposed to be a transition between the residential and the commercial use, and that this is a better neighboring facility for the residential to the east of us compared to that garage and entertainment complex that was proposed last year. We will find a way for you to be able to say yes to this. And really the nice thing is with the application, we only had those 2 technical points. So this really is a threading the needle to get to where everybody wants, I think where everybody wants it to be. And before I get into the full presentation, stormwater, again, we're not into that full design, but I would tell you that everything that gets done here, because it's a redevelopment of an existing facility, improves the stormwater capacity of that existing site, because that existing site is under the old stormwater standards. So you would actually have an engineered stormwater system versus what's in place already. Okay, so again, the proposed layout, we'll get back to that. It's just an acre we're dealing with, directly east of Walgreens. You know the location, been vacant and underutilized for quite a while. That's going to come into conversation a little bit on the comp plan policy with the commercial use. And that obviously went before planning board with that old proposal with the garage, parking garage and complex. That was supported, but I think some of you probably were copied on the petition from the neighbors back in 2024 on that project, so it got pulled before it came before you. Here, it's coming before you with a recommendation or a recommendation of not of support from our planning P&Z from last month, but that was really because of the policy issues that were at play. And they do not have the authority to waive those policies. You are the policymakers when it comes to the one comp plan policy we're talking about. But otherwise, the project itself, I don't think met with a whole lot of objection. Again, it was a technical kind of argument. Just for kind of frame of reference, what is allowed now, and this is on the land use request versus what is being proposed, we're still kind of talking about the same uses, just a different intensity. And I do want to emphasize, it sometimes makes me shake my head the time and effort we're going through with this, but we can do townhouses. We can do the product if they have connected walls, but we can't do it as single family without going through this process. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that impact could be the same. But we can also do with the existing commercial use is a much greater intensity, much greater utilization of the property that we don't want to conflict with the neighbors. So if you look here, we're going to talk a little bit about the FAR differences as well, but you can definitely see when you look at this provision for the land use, and then we move into the zoning. The interesting thing with the zoning is we're not even really changing the standard. We're not really getting anything beneficial to us by changing the zoning from what the B2 allows for. Height limitations, we're still the same. The maximum building coverage, it bumps up on the residential lots to 40% instead of 35, but your overall impervious drops down to 60 from the 75 that's allowed for the B2. All in all, things that are probably pretty good for working within and supporting the neighborhood and being good neighbors. This has got the litany of the uses that you could do under the B2 versus what we're proposing. And again, within that litany of the B2, that multifamily is allowed. So townhouses could be coming in here, but again, we want to do the detached. And this is just the conditional uses and special exceptions. Okay. So as we said, it's been vacant and underutilized for quite some time. We really are kind of talking about a reduction in the hypothetical intensity for the commercial on your land use decision, right? Because you decide the land use first, and then you move to the commercial. So when we get to the comment, the land use decision is really talking about the hypothetical yield. Again, impervious allowances reduced, height limitations don't change. Okay, so on the land use, basically maintain land for non-residential use so that it does not decrease. General statement, and I think if you read it generally on its face, the idea here is you do have an underutilized commercial mix in the entirety of the city. You're working to build that up. And you see efforts to do so. So there's an idea here that we kind of want to hold the line on not losing our commercial development. But what happens when you try to get that commercial development and the neighbors don't want that either? And that's what we have, but there's no clear off-ramp in your comp plan policy for dealing with that situation. But I would argue that you have a couple of different ways to kind of review it. For one, that general do not decrease. Does that apply across the city? So for instance, with Mr. Posey's application, he's annexing into the property. If that had been annexed in, and that's another 7.3 acres of property of commercial property, is there a net gain that you counter? It doesn't say, there's no guidance to that, but you could think about it like that if you wanted to. You could tie it together to the applicant. Our applicant, my client will be bringing in other property for commercial property elsewhere in the city. That could bump up the number. Again, there's no clear guidance on the comp plan policy, but you could make that basis of it. Or you could say, is the true impact of this property really apples and oranges, or is it apples to apples with what we're proposing? And that's what I kind of want to discuss about the dimensional requirements on the project. With respect to the zoning, and this is Commissioner McGurk, the Walgreens property next door, it's really weird because the other property has the obligation for the buffering. And there's no variance, there's no other process in your code provisions to try to get around that. We weren't allowed to give additional buffering on our property to offset it. So what we are going to do, and we've already approached with the landowner, is we are going to deed in fee the distance that is necessary for them. So they have it in fee, they'll give us an easement back to it to then plant the buffer and the screening that is required. So recognizing that that was a potential, we don't want to create a nonconformity for them. Problem will be resolved, problem fixed. So that really is the only concern on the zoning requests. So getting to the land use, I want to go through a brief exercise. You don't have to read everything here, but I like to show my math. Okay, the old nuns are teaching me how to kind of do it. And quite frankly, you can kind of get lost in the weeds. But what we're trying to talk about is we are taking a land use, on-the-air land use analysis of a commercial with an FAR of 2.0 and then an FAR of 0.5. And that seems like a pretty big swing. theoretically, and then again, you're applying this to that policy if we don't want to reduce our potential commercial development. But in reality, and I'm going to walk you through this, your standards, your policies that you already have applying to these properties in your zoning, these parcels can get nowhere near 2.0. You are getting down, I can show you here that you're going to get down easily to 0.59, and then it's just a leap of faith. Like, I wanted to leave some room for error. But effectively what you've got here, and if you're familiar with your FAR, the 2.0 basically says you can cover the entirety property with your commercial development, and then you can do it one more time. And you're going to go vertical. With the 0.5, with the MDR, you can only do half of the property. So again, huge offset. But that's not what happens in reality. And I from a frame of reference and for ease, I just use the B2 zoning because that's what's in place already. That's what you have for most of your commercial. And we're going to apply 3 standards that really widow down that FAR. You got a height limit of 3 stories, you've got maximum building coverage of 35%, and then you've got maximum impervious area of 75%. And again, going through quickly, if you wanted to max out your FAR, so 2 times that 43,000, you're at 88,000 square feet of commercial space, but you can't fit that on there. For one, you can't have you are limited on your surface area of your property, of your parcel. Your building coverage is 35% of the property. So that's your footprint, and you can go vertical, but you're limited to the size that you can utilize. So right off the top, you're cutting out your maximum yield really quickly. Then you move on and you apply, well, that's your building footprint is 35% of the parcel. And then we get into, I'm just going to cut through here real quickly. If you've got questions, we can get back to it. But once you apply 35% of the property for the building, and you have a 75% impervious, 40% of it is left for, let's just say, parking. So your parking yield, you've already applied your height limitation, you've already applied your impervious area, and you're applying your impervious area, and you've already applied your maximum building footprint. So then you get into the parking, and even that serves as a constraint on your total yield of what you can do because your parking numbers are what open the door for how much commercial intensity you can build. So when I did this, I didn't put in for landscaping, I didn't put in for buffering, I didn't even put in drive aisles. I just took your parking spaces, it's 20 foot by 10 feet, divided, and you basically get, I think, like 86 or 87 parking spaces. Again, no drive aisles, but that's your maximum. So then you go back to what your uses are. And again, you've got that plethora, to use Joey's word, a plethora of uses under your B2. Your most common and one of the ones that has the highest ratio is your general office space and your retail sales and service. And you need 1 space for every 300 square feet of property. So if you apply that, you have 87 spaces and you get 300 feet of use, or 300 feet per unit, you end up getting 26,000 square feet of actual use. So you've gone from that 2.0 all the way down to that 26,100. And that's applying the height limitations, impervious and all that, but you haven't put drive aisles, you haven't put buffers, you haven't put landscaping, you haven't put stormwater. So you've already whittled down, so that apples to apples isn't really, we're closer to the impact of what we are allowed under the current land use and what we are going to ask for. So I just want you to kind of see that the difference between the practical yield under the 2.0 with the commercial use and what you have as a 0.5 FAR for MDR is about 4,000 square feet. And I'm going to tell you, you can easily eat that up with stormwater. Even a drive aisle, right, that's 13 feet wide, to get through your parking lot, you can burn through that pretty quickly as well. So 300 feet of drive aisle is all you would end up getting, and that could easily be utilized through there. So we are not really stealing any intensity or potential development away from the city with the request that we are making. And again, that's an important factor for you to consider on the legislative decision for the land use change. Let's see, I already talked about that. So again, the real impact of what we're changing on the land use side is hypothetical. It's illusory from a difference on that standpoint. So before I kind of move into my conclusion, I do want to read in some information from one of my clients who could not be here today because he's a grandfather now and he's up with a newborn in New York City. But Sid wanted to just kind of reiterate how we are getting here, because again, we're trying to do the right thing by you. You know, the project started with staff and commissioner buy-in on that old project, right? To come up with parking for the beach, to come up with the restaurant concept, to come up with the parking garage. It was a $300,000 kind of endeavor to go through the processing, and it met with a brick wall from the neighbors. The fact that we didn't come before you for a final kind of coup de grace, the writing was pretty much on the wall. So we have now pivoted to come back to do something that is more in keeping with the neighborhood and is more supportive, and we're just coming up with these technical challenges that we have to overcome. With our proposal, and again, it's not just commercial use, it's the tax base that can be created by the commercial use. That property's been sitting there underutilized, undervalued, vacant, versus bringing in 6 new multi-million-dollar projects to come in, multi-million-dollar homes to come in to generate a very substantial tax base. Bobby may be able to speak to that a little bit. And when we're presented with objections or challenges to this, and again, it's just 2, we went out and did the work to solve those problems. We don't have a whole lot of residential neighbors across the street, but Bobby has reached out to them, and I don't think we have any opposition tonight. I'm going to curse myself for saying that because there might be 1 or 2 people. But we try to get ahead of that as well, because if they don't want us to come in with the intense commercial use, the request then is, can you please come and support us when we're doing the residential that's a little bit more palatable. That's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to go through the technical arguments of how we can kind of navigate this, but I think we can get through the approval of the land use, notwithstanding that 1 line. And then if we can get through that, we have, I think, hit a home run with the rezoning request to solve every problem. And again, it's coming in at straight zoning. You know, it'll go through and it's not a PUD. We're trying to come in as vanilla as possible for you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Any comments or questions from my colleagues at this point? Seeing none, thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Lithra.
How are you doing today?
Good, sir.
I just want to give you a little briefing and background about the history. We bought this property about half a decade ago. It sat vacant over that course of time. As Michael was saying, we initially came in to put the parking garage in there, and the residents, and it was approved at planning and zoning, and the residents did not want to see that. I think there was over 400 petitions signed and emails and people standing outside the door. There were so many people, so we pulled the application at that time. Then we came back and said, okay, what can we do here? And then we came up with a couple of different ideas. We met with the neighbors multiple times. We met with different neighbors and try to come up with something that's good for the residents. I myself personally live here since 2010. So, and this is my walking pattern. I start at Peninsula, I walk down to the beach, I walk all the way down to 3rd Avenue, walk back down to Flagler, walk around. So we got to be a little cognizant about what's happening. It is our neighborhood also. It's not just somebody coming in from somewhere and then not living here. With that being said, we do have a couple of options of people who do have interest in it, and it's something that I personally don't want to see a nightclub from Daytona coming there. No interest of mine to sign that, and living in this community and wanting to retire here, building my forever house here. So we reached out to the residents and we talked about doing a multi-story building, apartment building, townhome building. That was something that was not come too favorable. We then came up with a plan of doing 8 units, which were 50 by 100 and 50 by 150. I think 5,000 square feet is the requirement. There were 5,000 to 7,500 square foot buildings. We came into the obstacle of the 25-foot buffer by creating a non-conforming use for the neighbor. So then we reached out to the neighbor in New York and said, how would you like to take 15 feet of our property along the whole back side of it? Spoke to their legal counsel, and they said, no charge. I said, no charge. We're going to be needing to do that so that you're not non-conforming. God forbid Walgreens goes away one day, you won't be non-conforming. With that being done, we ended up losing the 2 houses. That's how we ended up with 6 houses, not 8. There was a question, somebody said, is it 8 or is it 6? So that's how we ended up with 6 houses and not 8. So the houses are now 50 by 150 and 50 by 140 at certain sections, so they're 7,000 to 7,500 square feet. I think what's needed is about 5,000 square feet, so that's where it kind of came in there. I had a neighborhood meeting. Miss Lisa Martin was nice enough to come to it also. A couple of the residents are sitting in the back, but they prefer not to talk. But Sue, who lives right here, said to me 5 or 6 times, she says, Bobby, why would they not approve this? I don't understand. I said, it's a technical issue. She said, I don't need to come. I don't understand. How would they not approve this? I said, it's a technical issue. We're going backwards. So she said, okay. And then Nancy, who lives right here, is sitting in the back. She represents about 6 of the owners, and they've been here for 20, 30 years living in these areas. 6 of the owners on the street, including Mr. Sony. And she said, we're all for this. And Lisa was at the meeting with us. She said, we're all for this. I said, are you sure? Because technically we can do a gas station, convenience store, bar thing, multi-story thing. She goes, we would love this. We don't want to see it. And then there was a talk of, what about making it a park? They go, we don't want to see a park and people there. We want to see this. This is exactly what we want to see. We do not want to see a park. We do not want to see it bought for the city. And this is what we want to see. So we're kind of looking out for our neighbors and seeing what the neighbors want to see too. We just can't be just looking out for what we're looking to do. It sits there like an eyesore, to be honest with you. It's unpainted, doesn't look nice. It just sits there for 5, 6 years. It's an eyesore. So it's not that nice as it is the way it's looking today. So hopefully, and then the other thing that came up was a lot of times going from residential uses to commercial uses, a lot of this stuff was put in for urban planning when it wanted to get to a 60-40 ratio of commercial to residential. And a lot of that was done for tax basis and stuff. The parking garage was going to cost $12 million. These houses are going to be starting at around $3 million. So this will bring in about $18 million on the tax roll versus around $1 million and some change that's on it right now. So that'll kind of be good for the tax roll. But just want to bring up a couple of these points. And if you have any questions, I'm open to
Any
them.
questions for the applicant from my colleagues? Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate your comments and your presentation. Let's open up public participation. Now, if there are any citizens who wish to speak on this topic, please come forward. You'll be heard for 3 minutes. Mr. Hodges, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Curtis Hodges, 620 Riverside Drive. You know, I'm very excited when I see a development that was scrutinized by the community, and they very well should have been because it didn't fit in. And then take the problem, recognize it, get with the community, and then go back and address it and fix the problem. And I am most excited about the way they have used the architectural value and the looks, because that is important just over here on Riverside too, about trying to fit in with the community with what you're building. And I love that, and I would very much love that the commission and the mayor would go ahead and vote for this. This right here is something that's perfect, and what's all we want is make sure that it doesn't burden our city, and also that it fits what the residents want. So I appreciate if you would vote for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Mr. Magnolia. All right. Evening.
How you doing? This is Chad Erickson, 2100 Ocean Drive. Thanks again for staying out late tonight, everyone. I appreciate it. Just wanted to stop in and say tonight, you know, I grew up here, local real estate professional. I drive by the property almost every day, taking my kids to school. I know the area really well. Obviously, there could be a multi-story commercial building, townhomes, condos, nightclub that was mentioned, smoke shop, something like that. I would personally much rather see residential homes. It seems like they're going out of their way to make everyone in the community happy. And it's a beautiful product. So, I mean, hopefully everyone can come to agreement and approve this. I'm behind it 100%. So that's all I have. I just want to thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for coming forward. Appreciate your comments. Evening, sir.
Ladies, gentlemen, commission. My name is Ricky Schrader. I live at 6381 Ingham Road, New Smyrna Beach, down in South Beach there. I've done a lot of contract work for Bobby Luther the last 16 years. But what I'm here to do is common sense, logic, and reason. And there's only one question that needs answered, and that is, what is best for New Smyrna Beach? All right? And in my world, 44 years ago, right across the road, the sports place there, Holiday House burnt down. I helped the owner rebuild it. Boston Fish House, Rick and I, 22 years ago, hurricanes, all three of Charlie, Jean, and Francis, on the other side of the road. And if you look on the map there, I just finished a new home right across the street at 1309, and I've lived in South Beach for 33 years, so I know the area, all right? Now, common sense, logic, and reason, you're only taking the lots that are on the east side and flipping them over to the west side. Same thing. I've seen something brought up about, what about water retention? I can tell you as a builder for 40 years in this town, zero problem. I can also tell you that single-family residential are the people that take care of their homes. You want nice homes, that's who takes care of it. But you know, take all that I just said and throw it away. The biggest reason is public safety and congestion. All the people from Orlando, Sanford, the mainland, Port Orange, Edgewater, when they go to the beach, I would say 75 to 80% take that 3rd Avenue ramp. So if you put what we're suggesting to put in here now, maybe you affect the congestion 1%. If you put anything in there commercial where there's all kinds of traffic, you're affecting it 50% at least, okay? Here's the next thing, and Rick can tell you from the Boston Fish House. When you come from the south, Atlantic curves off into Atlantic. That's where they have wrecks. When you go to 4th Street, you can't hang a left to go south. You can't do it, all right? And so, to me, the biggest thing is a safety thing. If you want problems, that's the officer right there. Maybe he should speak about the congestion you're going to have if you put anything commercial in there with any kind of traffic. The bank made it. The bank made it. And before Walgreens, that was a Burger King. I believe Jason can tell you that. I think it was a Burger King. All right? But what I'm saying is what's best for the city of New Smyrna Beach? 6 single-family residential homes. I mean, if somebody can tell me there's something better that needs to be there than that, yeah, tell me, because there's not. And as a builder, like I said, 40 years. And even though I work with Bobby, I love the city of New Smyrna Beach, and I want what's best for the city of New Smyrna Beach. And single-family residential is the best because they're going to take care of their homes. But the biggest deal is if you don't think of anything else, think about the traffic congestion you're going to have there if you put anything in there commercial with any kind of traffic on the weekends.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Riley Willis. I live at 4051 Hill Street, and I believe this project will enhance the beauty of the area. We could all agree that it's been an eyesore for quite some time, but I think that this respects the character of NSB. As most people have agreed, we would prefer to see residential homes. I see little to no concerns or negative impacts, and my biggest concern would be the safety impact, and I see no safety concerns. It represents the kind of thoughtful growth that benefits the city long term. With that being said, I absolutely support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and your comments, ma'am. Evening, sir.
My name is Gio Giovanni. I live at 4051 High Street, and I was going to say that this development needs to open. Then you guys need to approve it. This is the future of New Smyrna. It's focused, the development, it's beautiful. I come from New York City, and you don't want this town to turn like that with nightclubs and these restaurants that open up and close down. You know, you got to approve this project. It's beautiful. I left Orlando, moved over here for a reason. I want to stay here. Keep it clean, keep it nice, and let's approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, sir. Good evening, Larry. How are you, sir?
Good night. How are you? Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. How you doing? I don't know why you would turn down a project like this. How often does it get when you come off onto the avenue and you go straight down to the avenue that you're going to have housing all on the west side? It's going to look absolutely gorgeous except for the parking lot that sits there. I mean, that adds value to this community. People love it. So I would highly recommend that you vote yes on the subject. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you, Larry. Good evening, Ignacio.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Well, I can see better opportunity to
rezone, to beautify, to reduce impact. Are they saying slow the growth? Well, a couple of days ago, I was totally concerned about this slow the growth because I came to this nation, of course, for my accent, you see I'm not from Minnesota. And I became the American dream. And whoever talk about communism, be careful, you better know because I know very well. Don't slow the growth, please. Let's plan the growth. Let's plan the growth. Let's beautify this blessing city. This is a great opportunity. You didn't see me here when it was multi-level parking. I'm sorry, my friend. I wasn't agree. I didn't agree when it was doing a lot of cars in just a very congestion area. Now I see 6 beautiful houses. I see that we are beautifying the town. And I'm all for that, and I think it's a very good way to beautify the city.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Evening, partner.
Richard Flanagan, 4258 Sun Village Court. You guys know me. I went through this whole process, and it's time to make a decision. The multi-level parking garage was a solution, and it was a solution by 2 gentlemen that tried to help this town. Totally understood why they didn't want it, and to go to the attorney of Cobb and Cole. It's a technical issue that I think that could be interpreted the right way. I live and work on that area, and it's just time to let that building become something other than the eyesore that it is. And I don't think there's any better use than those 6 single-family homes, and let that beautiful part of New Smyrna succeed. 3rd Avenue, when the beachgoers are coming, it's really hard to put anything commercial on that corner, and trust me, for the last 6 years, the one paying all the bills on that corner, I have come up with 0 ideas for commercial there. There's nothing that will work there. By the grace of God, we have the new parking lot to the north. We'll facilitate all the beach goer needs going forward. But to be a good neighbor to all the neighbors that are around there that I see every single day, it's time to make it residential, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your comments. Good to see you again. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Sue Traskus, 1300 Hill Street. I'm a neighbor across the street, and I pretty much represent the people on my side of Hill Street. We would much rather see houses than a commercial building. Whether this zoning thing works or not, that's not my call. But I do think that this would be a better use of that property. And if you look at South Atlantic, on both sides of the street, all the way down, we're all houses. There is no commercial. There's our nice little parking garage or parking lot. And then we're from the south side, we've got the hotel. And on the north side, we've got Flagler Avenue. We're all houses. I think this makes more sense. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate it. Good evening, Ms. Devine. Welcome.
Jennifer Devine, 3205 Hill Street. I think this sounds like an excellent project, and I support it. I think it's a really good solution for our town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Sneeziak, good to see you again.
Yes, yeah, sure. Is it possible to bring up the slide?
Pull that microphone down to your mouth.
Is it possible to bring up the slide that shows the houses with all the swimming pools? I don't know how to do that. Can you do that, please? No, this one.
That's just rough, like, because that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 configuration.
Got it. Good. Okay, thank you. So I hope I get my 30 seconds back. The challenge with this is I think it's much better than that horrible garage that had been proposed. But it's not a question of is this worse or better? I think it is better. But you have to do this in a legal way. And the request is inconsistent with the comp plan. It is irrelevant that there's land somewhere else, because the zoning as it applies is for a local businesses to serve the immediate area. So what goes down on 44, 3, 4, 5 miles down is irrelevant to this. So the math thing that we went through with it's this and it's that, and that is BS, okay? The other thing is that financial disadvantage is not a proof of hardship. So, if I had bought that property 5, 6, 7 years ago and sat on it and just let it be there until I came up with something that was unacceptable, that's not a me problem. That's a you problem. So the other thing is, giving the land to the Walgreens, I think that's pretty clever, but here's the problem. Jason, when you voted years ago during the rough times to reduce the size of a PUD beachside from 2 acres to 1 acre, the problem with that is if the land gets given or deeded, even if you get an easement back, it's no longer a 1 acre plot. So you cannot legally put a PUD on it. You can't. So there's 2 things you can't do because they are either inconsistent with the plan or inconsistent with the LDRs. That's the first thing. The second thing is, let's look at this. Thank goodness it's down to 6. But when you look to the left and the right, there are 2 houses who will back out into 3rd and 4th Avenue. So what we heard before was, I get 30 more seconds, 10 trips a day per household. So you're going to have 10 people backing into 3rd Avenue 10 times. One person 10 times a day, and the same thing on 4th Avenue. I don't know how that's supposed to work, and I don't know if this new drawing deducts the land that's being given to Walgreens. So those are the main issues that I have, but look at this another way too. He can build townhomes there. I don't know what the difference between that is and these 3-story that we see being built everywhere, but the idea that you're backing out into 3rd and 4th Avenue just seems like a really, really bad idea. So those are my thoughts on that. I don't think it's appropriate to fantasize an interpretation of the comp plan that allows you to get from here to there. So he can build what he wants to build pretty much under the existing zoning. And us overriding the comp plan as frequently as we do, I think that's a real problem with this town and with the people that are serving on some of the boards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate that. Mr. Romeo.
Amy Oro. Mr. Mayor, Sharon, how are you? Happy New Year. So I sat here tonight and I'd like, should I talk tonight? I was like, no. But now I came up here and I said, on the first issue, planning and zoning voted 4-2 to no and 3-3 to no. And the applicant postponed that. On this one here, planning and zoning again voted no on both things. So now we come to where the lawyer has come up here, the owner has come up here. Great plan. Love the houses. But now, my concern as a resident of Cooper in the area there is these homes are not going to be forever homes. These are going to be rental homes. These are going to be Airbnbs. Because R3A, well, it's R3A, which is allowed for that, R3A, and then you rent them out all you want. So it's happened before. So I would say yes, but do not allow short-term rentals in that area there. It's doing a zoning right there. That's change the zoning on that, but do not allow short-term rentals. Because if you do, and it's going to happen, if it happens here, you vote for it, it'll be a party zone. You got bars around there, you got places around there, come in for the weekend. We see it happen all over town. So, thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Anyone else for public participation on this topic? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. Any closing remarks from the city?
Just make one quick clarification. I don't believe that you can put a condition on a zone change, such as we're going to rezone it to this zoning, but these certain uses that you're not going to be able to do in them. So just clarification on that before you go down that road.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Director Corbin. And the applicant's closing remarks.
3 things. First thing is, as far as traffic goes, We're using Atlantic, we're not using 3rd Avenue and 4th when we got rid of the building, so we won't be having issues as it all piles up on 3rd Street. We'll be going down Atlantic. And the other thing is, as far as short-term rental zoning, we're not in the short-term rental zone, and we made it real clear we're selling it as individual, not short-term rentals. As somebody made an objection to short-term rental, these are not going to be short-term rentals.
The only other thing to add from a technical standpoint is on the acreage of the property, yeah, we are 1.01, but we are not a PUD. We are going through with straight zoning, so that isn't an issue as far as the size of the parcel. And then again, going back to the comp plan policy itself, ultimately it does fall to you as the policy decision makers how to handle this. So I've given you 3 or 4 different ways to get to yes if that is your inclination, and you are the ultimate arbiters of that. Happy to answer any questions on that if you have them, but I think we've teed this up about as well as we could to try to resolve a situation that otherwise it sits as an underutilized commercial property. And I think we've done a pretty good job of making our case that in this case, it's not detrimental to the general public to change from the commercial to the residential. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments and your presentations. So, any conversation amongst my colleagues? Mr. Martin, go for it. Yeah.
Our staff has spent a lot of time and years making, planning our future. We have the comprehensive plan, we have the future land use, and if we don't stay true to the planning, even though it may be uncomfortable, we'll never get where we want to go. And my concern here is that we do want to see some more commercial. We do want a corridor there on 3rd Avenue. The South Beach houses may like some, I don't know, 7-Eleven. Well, they've got one on 24th Avenue, but the point is that we can make a beautiful alley there. We've got great sidewalks, and it's a great place for shopping. And I think that there's a reason it's zoned commercial, and we shouldn't keep undermining the staff planning.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner Ashley.
I appreciate Commissioner Martin's comments. I really do. However, you know, I drive by there all the time, and for as many years as I've been here, I cringe when I drive by that place. So I like the idea. I think that the architecture looks beautiful, and it is inside and not on the same side of the street as the other commercial property. So to me, it's an addition to the neighborhood, and it's a nice addition to the neighborhood. Yeah, I do want to see more commercial. Maybe that was one of the reasons why I was leaning toward the boat and RV, because it's commercial instead of residential. But in this particular case, I mean, to me, it's a beautiful solution to a property that has been neglected for a long time. And I love that buffer idea that you guys came up with. That's a great way to solve the problem. So I'm for this.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Commissioner Perrine.
So the buffer idea did resolve the issue with planning and zoning that I was told many had. So that's a check. What I hear what Commissioner Martin is saying, that listen to staff, but other times we're sitting up here and you're saying listen to citizens. So which is it? You know, sometimes we have to do both. Sometimes we have to use our best judgment. How many people didn't want the parking garage? I liked the parking garage. I thought we needed a parking garage in the city, but I didn't get my way because it wasn't what the citizens wanted, even though I thought that we needed it because of Flagler Avenue and the beaches, and it would have been a good thing for the businesses around there. Again, it wasn't my way. It was the citizens' way, and that we need to focus on the citizens. And just like the other case, it's like where do we go with these things? Rules were set years ago on some of these, including our comp plan. And it doesn't mean that we can't, as decision policymakers, question, did our people from years ago make the right decisions hammering these out? Just like this makes sense to me. Why wouldn't we do this? It's beautiful. The residential's beautiful. The only two oppositions we had, they already squashed those with not being a short-term rental. The other thing, not backing out on that highway or on that road, that's not going to happen per the attorney. So I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. So I loved the previous project. Problem was it was a little too high. It may have been a little too big. But that commercial concept was exactly what should have gone there in a commercial sense. But the neighborhood spoke. The people spoke all around that area. And they absolutely did not want something like that. So what kind of commercial use are we going to have there? Well, it's been sitting there a long time rotting. No one has come forward. We don't like this, we don't like that. Everybody's got a problem with something. So they come in and they propose 6 beautiful homes between, 1 to 3 million. And that's what the residents want. The residents are happy with the residential use. Is it the highest and best use? Absolutely not. Is it the best from a planning perspective? Absolutely not. So if I listen to my planners, I have to vote no on it. But they're doing their job, and they're giving me a professional recommendation based on their expertise. What they can't and shouldn't do is give me their political opinion on what is best for the community and for the residents and a much greater whole. And that's my job. That's what I have to make the decision on. And we don't get many choices where we get to use our own personal opinion or take the voters' opinions and be able to base an opinion on that. Usually, as I mentioned earlier, we're bound by legal requirements. And all I know right now is I don't see anybody coming in here screaming, upset, like we did with the commercial use. There's a whole bunch of people who lived on the avenues. There's a lot of people who lived north of this. There was a lot of upset people, and they're not here. So that tells me exactly the way I should vote tonight. So I'm going to support this, and it is a nice win for the community because the residents get what they want, and that's big because so many times we're bounded by laws that prevent us from being able to rule on something that we personally want to. So I think this is a big win in terms of tax revenue. Yeah, it's not going to be as big, but if these properties are going to sell for roughly $3 million a piece, and if they're not homesteaded, a big part of how this city makes our money is ad valorem tax revenue that is not homesteaded. But even if some of these are homesteaded, I can tell you that selling for $2-3 million a piece, that's going to set a high bar, and that's going to be a pretty high tax bill and revenue from the city. So we do lose to some extent. We don't get the commercial property we should have. But on the other hand, the residents are telling us what they want, and we're able to listen and accommodate what the residents in the area want. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. What you're watching is your government in action doing the business of the city of New Smyrna. And it's not always pretty. Sometimes it's sausage making. And we have a rule set we try to follow every time. I like to say that the easy decisions were all used up by Mayor Behringer. They're all gone. There's no clear cut left and right, true and false. So you ask us, you elect us to use our judgment, and that's what we're attempting to do tonight. That's what we're employed to do. The clear-cut paths are not so much, and so this is a difficult one. If you're, you know, where you sit's where you stand. So if you're the owner, okay, I wanted the commercial because I think it was a good thing and a great investment, and the city had some needs for that, and so let me try that. And that got shut down by those that lived nearby. And so he said, okay, I will do a survey. I'll find out what they want. Okay, we want a residential. Okay, well, that's a technical issue with the rule book. And so if you're a property owner, you're kind of like, okay, well, if not commercial, not residential, what am I left with? So it's a conundrum for sure. So we've heard all the gnashing of teeth and the elements on both sides, eloquently spoken by most of you. So now it's time for us to do our work. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 8425?
I'll make that motion.
So a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call a roll.
Commissioner Martin? I would feel hypocritical voting for more residential property tax, so I'm saying no.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes, motion carries. Thank you very much. So, Carrie, I need to do the next one.
Yes, they're together, and we would just need to make sure that it's conditioned upon that the easement or deed over to Walgreens to make it conforming. So that condition would need to be on the motion.
Okay, so then we'll, let me read ordinance
Mr. Woods, did you agree to a deed, deeding it over to Walgreens? Correct, okay, deed.
Perfect. So if I read ordinance 8525 and we vote on that, does that conclude it?
That matter would be concluded.
Okay. So do I have a motion, please, for ordinance 8525?
Motion to approve 8525, including the deed. Do you want the width of it, the 10 feet? What's?
The deed to Walgreens to make sure Walgreens will be conforming.
Okay. The deed to Walgreens, so Walgreens does not become an unconforming use.
Very good.
I'll
There's a
second
motion and a second. Any further follow-up or discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
No.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Both motions passed. Thank you so very much for your time and efforts here. Okay. So let's move on to item 10F, which is, please, you guys, not required. A public hearing will be conducted to consider the adoption of ordinance 8625, which if adopted would grant a non-exclusive franchise agreement to Creative Environment Services Incorporated. Madam City Attorney, if you'll read 8625 by the second time by title only, please.
Ordinance number 8625, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach granting a non-exclusive franchise to Creative Environmental Services, Inc. to provide construction and demolition debris removal services within the City of New Smyrna Beach, outlining franchisees' duties, providing terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll pause for a second here while the Deputy Chief shuts the doors. All right, I see Director Ray in the batter's box. David, we're ready for your report.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a standard non-exclusive franchise agreement for the C&D material for roll-offs throughout the city. I'm here for any questions you may have.
We've seen this once before. Any questions from my colleagues about this non-exclusive franchise agreement? Thank you, David. Don't go anywhere. Do I have a motion, please? Actually, I'm in a public hearing. Does anybody want to comment on this from the public? Anything at all? Public hearing's now closed. Is there a motion to approve 8625?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Who is the second? I apologize.
Commissioner Martin.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes, thank you. The motion carries. And now, let us go to the non-exclusive franchise agreement on GFL Environmental. We'll do a public hearing, which if adopted would grant them a non-exclusive franchise agreement. Madam City Attorney, if you don't mind, 8725 for the second time.
Ordinance number 8725, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach granting a non-exclusive franchise to GFL Environmental USA, Inc. to provide construction and demolition debris removal services within the City of New Smyrna Beach, outlining franchisees' duties, providing terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Director Ray, all yours.
Just like the previous ordinance, standard franchise agreement for C&D material.
This is all for C&D, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let's open a public hearing. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this topic, please come forward and you'll be heard. Seeing none, public participation is now closed. Any discussion amongst my colleagues? Can I have a motion then to approve 8725?
I move to approve 8725.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have a series of first readings to go through. I recognize the time as 10 minutes until we're required to adjourn or to have a motion to extend. Rather than chance it, can I have a motion to extend to 10 o'clock?
So move.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
No.
Mayor Cleveland?
No. Motion carries. We'll be continuing. Madam City Attorney, for the first time, please, ordinance.
Ordinance number 126, ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach establishing the South Village New Smyrna Beach Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes, providing for authority and power of the district, providing for the Board of Directors of the district, providing for the district budget, providing for functions of the district, providing for miscellaneous provisions, providing for an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27th, 2026. The applicant is here with the presentation. If the board would like to hear, maybe we can get a condensed version so we can make sure to cover the rest of the agenda business.
Evening, Mr. Watts.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. DeLand has come east today. I can go into the presentation if you'd prefer to do your typical first reading and move this on to second. We'll sit down. I know this is the first time that you've seen a CDD coming through, so we prepared a presentation in case you wanted to review that, but I can go through it fairly quickly.
Without objection, I would prefer you do it the second time up. Anybody object to that? Okay, Mark, thank you. We're going to listen second time around. Madam City Attorney, if you'll do 0226 for the first time by title only.
Ordinance number 0226, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach annexing 15.2 plus or minus acres of property generally located south of Page Avenue, east of Trophy Hunter Trail, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 1, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. And now, would you please read for the first time by title only 0326?
Ordinance number 0326, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach, amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of 15.2 plus or minus acres of property generally located south of Page Avenue, east of Trophy Hunter Trail from Volusia County Urban Medium Intensity and Environmental Systems Corridor to City Conservation, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
And now, ma'am, 0426?
Ordinance number 0426, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 15.2 plus or minus acres of property generally located south of Page Avenue, east of Trophy Hunter Trail from Volusia County RC Resource Corridor and R4A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City CA Conservation Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, would you mind reading for the first time 0526?
Ordinance number 0526, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach annexing .22 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Oliver Drive, north of Lydia Way, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
And now, ma'am, if you'd read ordinance number 0626 by title only, please.
Ordinance number 0626, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of .22 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Oliver Drive, north of Lydia Way, from Volusia County urban medium intensity to city medium density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second reading, public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
Thank you, ma'am. How about ordinance 0726, please?
Ordinance number 0726, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .22 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Oliver Drive, north of Lydia Way, from Volusia County R4A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City R2A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, if you'll read 0826.
Ordinance number 0826, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .85 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the west side of Magnolia Street between 9th and 10th Streets, addressed as 1701 South Dixie Freeway, from City B3A Highway Service Business District Airport Overlay to City R2A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be January 27, 2026.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate all those. Let's move on to boards and commissions. We've got the city clerk with a report for an appointment for the Building, Trades, and Examining Board to consider appointment of one citizen to serve as a regular member and one citizen to serve as an alternate on the Building, Trades, Examining Board. Your report, ma'am.
Yes, that's correct. The Building Trade Board serves as a regulatory board for the City of New Smyrna Beach that encourages integrity, professionalism, and technical competence of individuals working within the Building and Trades Board. The city's clerk's office did advertise for the vacancy for this board, and we received 2 applicants. Mr. Paul here, who has served on the board, we reached out to him, and he is asking to be reappointed to the board. And Mr. James Stimson, we contacted him to confirm that he would like his application also considered for the Building Trades Board. So with Commission's pleasure, you can appoint one as a regular member and the other as the alternative member. But these 2 applicants are here for your appointment.
Very good. Can you talk about there must not be a term limit. I know one member here, is it Mr.
Mr. Here.
Mr. Here
so it
has
is
6 terms. Is that 6 times 3? He served for 18 years?
I don't know if it's 18 years. I will have to research that, but it is commission decision to be able to waive their appointments, and he can continue to serve. I will say that Mr. Here has only missed 1 meeting in all of his meetings that he sat with with his Building and Trades
No question
board.
about the dedication. Yeah. It was the part about cruel and unusual punishment. So I'm flabbergasted that there's somebody with that dedication. Can't wait to meet the man. Is there any sense to maybe, flip-flopping those guys and have the guy that's the new guy, Mr. Yeah. He's got a window business. They seem both really qualified, and not to burn up all our goodwill of our citizens. I'm just postulating that might be an idea.
I thought the same thing when I heard that. I'm like, just flip-flopping.
So, are you ready for some nominations?
Yeah,
Okay.
commission's decision.
Nominations are open for permanent and alternate. You can do them together if you want. We can do them separately if you want.
I'll nominate Stimson for permanent position and here for the alternate.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other ideas? Yes, ma'am. You can. We don't really need a second, but we can go whatever nomination you'd like.
I'd like to nominate Paul here for the regular member and Stimson for the alternate.
You'd like to keep it like it is.
Yeah, for a number of reasons, but
Okay. So
he's
let's.
a proven entity and we know him.
Okay. Yes. 6 terms. Good golly. So if you want to send around the paper. We
Yes,
can do
so we will have
alternate,
you guys write
we can
down-
do alternate, and we can do regular member by vote. And so it's Mr. Here who's been doing it for 6 terms, and Mr. Stimson, who is the newcomer, I think.
So we ask that you write the members, the applicant's name is here, and what position you would like for him to serve, and Mr. Stimson, and what position you would like for him to serve, regular or alternate member.
We can have official ballot in front of me.
Yes, that is your official ballot for this evening.
Sharon, how do you spell Mr. Here?
H-E-E-R, 2 E's.
Here. I'm punchy. You can't do that tonight.
Wait till they try to read my cursive.
Mine too. That's what they get for giving those blank paper ballots.
So we have Mr. Here receiving 4 votes as an alternate member and 1 vote as a regular member, and Mr. Stimson receiving 4 votes as a regular member and 1 vote as an alternate. So Here will serve as the alternate member now, and Stimson will serve as a regular member for the Building and Trades Board.
Any more? Any advertisements you want to do? Anything?
Oh, yes, if we're going to go forward, sure. The clerk's office is advertising for the Economic Development Advisory Board. We're taking applications for that as well. And we recently received a resignation from the Utilities Commission. Mr. Hawes has stepped down from his position, so we will advertise for that position for a period of a month. Bring the applicants before you. If you guys are willing to vote then, we can vote, or we can extend the application process. It's the commission's pleasure.
Great. So 1 for Utility Commission and
5 for
for
EDAB. Yes.
Okay, very good.
And Carrie has another board.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we had a bit of a situation arise today. I'm looking for some flexibility from the commission. We had an appeal from a dangerous dog determination, and while I do have a little more time than I originally thought, there's 21 days before the hearing has to be held. The animal is in custody, so the sooner it happens, the better. So the first thing I would ask is authorization or commission approval to extend the terms of Jeanette Engel as the SCVHS representative, Robert Leonard as the veterinarian representative, and Dana Hoffman as an animal owner for the Animal Control Board until February 28, 2026.
Is there a motion, please, to enact her proposal?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. So effectively, we're going to extend these people you've reached out to, they're willing to serve, and then we'll go after new members after that.
Correct. So I have kind of three things I need done. So if we do this one, and then we could announce the vacancy we need one more animal owner and one non-animal owner, which we would need to appoint at the next meeting. So I'm looking for that authorization. And finally, should this fail, I'm looking for authorization to utilize the special magistrate in place of the board due to the time urgency.
It's awful late for you to ask for 3 for 1 here. I'm going to do my best. All right. So do we have a motion and a second to reappoint? Okay.
I just need to know how long do you want to reappoint them?
Till February.
February 28th, 2026.
Do you want February 28th?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, and there's a motion and a second. Can we vote on that, please, Madam City Clerk?
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes. And now you want to solicit for two more vacancies, to fill 2
Yeah,
vacancies.
I'll advertise for those and
Okay.
bring them back to
So
you for the
I don't
next
think we
meeting.
need a motion for that, right?
No.
All right.
And then the last is you'd like permission to, that motion carries, so you don't need the special magistrate anymore, right?
Well, if we fail to get applicants, I need the flexibility, like we'll kind of see how many applicants are coming in. If we're not getting enough, I need to work with the magistrate to set a
Okay.
date.
We'll do it for security and for insurance that you may or may not get them. Is there a motion to, if needed, bring this matter before our magistrate?
Special magistrate.
I move to bring them before the magistrate.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to offer the magistrate the opportunity to adjudicate this if we need. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else, City Attorney?
I don't know if you want me to wait. I have the legislative session little blurb about that.
Sure, during your report, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, very, very good. Okay, on to reports. Speaking of which, Commissioner Martin.
It was a great holiday season with much joy and celebration. I even attended my first Kwanzaa celebration, and the Leisure Services Winter Wonderland was absolutely beautiful, and the Saxman was great as always. I'm so pleased that Habitat for Humanity is striving to create a cottage village primarily for seniors, and I would like to propose a discussion about encouraging condos over shops, sort of serving 2 different needs. That's my
Okay. Thank you,
summation.
ma'am. Appreciate that. Awesome. Commissioner Ashley.
I just want to say that it's very nice to be back doing city business, and I'm very much looking forward to this year.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Commissioner Perrine.
I don't have a report.
Okay, very good. Vice Mayor McGurk.
Glad to be back. Hope everybody had a nice holiday. I did want to point out and make it official and let everybody know the city does not have a plane. Fortunately, Phil Hall service was earlier this week. Great service. His wife, Chris, was a rock star, and staff did a great job doing their part of it. But the first guy who spoke was a riot, and he told a story, and the story was very believable up to a certain point. But the beginning of the story started with, "We took a city plane." So I just want to make sure that everybody knows the city does not have a plane. And if you hear about that, you can tell them that was a joke from the Phil Hall Celebration of Life storyteller.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I was at that ceremony. That was his brother, Les Hall, who is a prankster of the first order. So that family has blessed our town, and certainly Phil is alive and well and laughing like he always does at us right now. I had an elected official roundtable meeting this week. Mr. Cowper and I attended. That we heard reports from a variety of places, not the least of which was the Sheriff's Department, who commented on the security and the rate of incidents in our county and how it has gone down. The other note he made is their facility was built in the late 70s, early 80s. They've outgrown it, and there's a $50 million new facility planned to accommodate many of their new requirements, since policing has changed a lot since the 70s. So we'll look forward to that. And I think it's in the general fund proposal there. We'll try for grants and stuff and other monies from the state as well. If you've been noticing on Central Beach and South Beach, that 500,000 yards of sand is coming from Rattlesnake Island, turned into a slurry, being piped up there to strengthen our beaches for the next storm season. So the boss of the beach, Jessica Fentress from the county, has supervised that. And so for a while, we'll have some inconvenience on access to the beach in certain areas, but this project should be done in short order. So the county is on that big time. Looking forward to a visit to Tallahassee to talk to our legislators with the League of Mayors and the League of Cities about Senate Bill 180 and the proposed amendment, which is on the floor being discussed this week, and also about a water bill 271 or 278, which restricts even further our ability to manage the quality and quantity of our water supply and our water runoff. And so we plan to speak vehemently opposing this particular bill as we go up there as a group. The Coronado Civic Center opening tomorrow morning, I think it's like 9 o'clock or so, probably worth seeing. It's going to really change the look and feel of that facility. So please come out to that. Also on Monday at 7:30 in the morning, an early morning on Martin Luther King Day, if you have the time and the wherewithal, we'd love to see you turn out at the Pleasant Grove Baptist Church for breakfast, free breakfast. Come on out and be with the fellowship of people there. That'll be followed by the walk from the Mary Harrell Museum over the MLK Bridge and back through downtown on Canal, and end up at the Babe James Center, where at 10 o'clock will be a presentation by the group led by the leader of our Boys and Girls Club and one of the local ministers, and another gentleman who is who actually marched with Dr. King in Selma years ago, and he'll tell his stories as well. So please consider turning out for that. Lastly, I cannot wait for the Mayor's Fitness Challenge. I ate way too much over the Christmas holidays. Mayor's Fitness Challenge will kick off, I think, on the 19th and run for 8 weeks. So please come out twice a week, Mondays at 6:30 and Thursdays at 6:30, either at the city gym or at the sports complex. It's a great time, and it takes people where you are. You don't have to be a total athlete to get out there. It takes you where you are and to bring you to the next level. And that's my report. Madam City Clerk, anything more from you?
Yes, just one thing. Next week, the CRA meeting will begin at 5:10 due to the amount of items on the agenda, followed by the regular meeting.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Madam City Attorney, now for those bills.
Yes, you briefly hit them, so I won't add too much. Legislative session officially started today. There's roughly 1,800 bills, which is about average. Next city commission meeting will start, the city attorney's office will start with the formal report tracking these bills. The highlights you mentioned, the Senate Bill 180 fix, which is SB 840. The two main provisions in there regarding Section 18 and Section 28. Section 18, it had this broad scope where if you are within 100 miles of a county impacted by a natural disaster, hurricane, you were, there was a moratorium essentially on you being able to do anything land development improvement wise for a year. So this proposed fix narrows that, and so the 100 miles, what it did is it encapsulated the entire state. This fix would narrow that down to 50 miles. It would also narrow the scope of property from all property to those properties that have been damaged by a hurricane. It removes the private right of action, injunctive relief, and one-sided attorney's fees that were available under 180. It also clarifies that the restriction does not apply to changes to the building code or technical amendments. The last provision in Section 28, there was that freeze on us until 10-127 on being able to do anything with our regulations due to the impact from Debbie, Milton, and those. It will shorten that freeze to 6/30/26, which will be just around the corner. The mayor mentioned the water quality bill. It's preemption to the state on water quality, water quantity, pollution control, wetland determinations to the state. There are a couple carve-outs for existing interlocal agreements with the DEP, so we would have to check and see if the UC has one of those that would apply. And then I previously mentioned the blue ribbon bill, which we would oppose as well. That essentially ignores developers with very large development projects. If they meet certain criteria, they would not have to follow our land use or zoning and could get administrative approval rather than going through the public hearing process. And that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Mr. Manager.
It's January and I'm already tired.
With that said, and a blessing that we moved the meeting up to 5:30, we've used every bit of time and even an extension on our very first meeting. Cowper, you have to figure out how to get the right agenda. Meeting adjourned.